The careless whispers of a good friend to the heart and mind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is the road you find. As I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor, as the music something ain't right, calls to mind. Goodbye, I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feelings, I got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, you know I'm not a fool. I should've known no better than a cheated friend. Well, the wasted chance that I've been given, I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Baby, it's better this way. We do each other with the things we want to say. We could have been this good together. Could have kept this dance forever. And I was gonna dance with me. Please stay. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feelings that got no rhythm. It's always easy to pretend. Girl, you know I'm not a fool. Should've known her better than a cheated friend. Wasted chance that I've been a give. I dance with you.
Professor Cornwall, the executive chairman, followed by the principal, Miss Marshall Johnson, then our newly elected or selected board chair, Dr. Dean Williams, our guest speaker, Dr. Davia Ramjeet from Knox Community College, principal, our vice principal from Hawking College in Nelsonville, Ohio. Then they're going to be followed by the associate degree who are wearing blue gowns. Then the bachelor's degree will come in last. So you're going to see things happening on the reverse. So the associate degree students will come in first because an associate degree, the first 2 years of a bachelor's degree. So the bachelor's degree will come in last. And on the reverse, when it's over, because they would have completed a degree, they're wearing black gowns, they will leave first. You will notice some of them that will be wearing gold cords, and those are students who would have met the academic standard in graduating with honors degree at the bachelor's degree level. So at this particular time, we're going to ask Mr. Scott just to give us a song that the graduates will, graduate, they have not yet graduated. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. While I'm being joined by our lovely MC, who will be here. She's actually here. I'm just going to ask Mrs. Stott to entertain you with a song. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Believe in you and me. I believe that we were meant to be. Love eternally. And as far as I can see, you will always be the one for me. Oh, yes, you will. I believe in dreams again. I believe that love will never end. Like the river finds the sea, I was lost. Now I'm free, girls. I believe in you and to me. I will never leave your side. I will never hurt your pride. When all the chips are down, baby, I will always be around, just to be right where you are, my love. Oh, you know I will. I will never leave you out. I will always let you in, girl, places no one's ever been. Being I was lost. Now I'm free, yes, and I believe in you and to me. Maybe I'm a fool to feel the way I do. I will play the fool forever, just to be with you forever. I believe in miracles, in love's a miracle, baby, you're my dreams come true. I was lost, now I'm free, yes. And I believe in you and me. And I was lost, now I'm free, yes. I believe in you and me. Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, baby mama. Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go? Jamaica, at the Flying Key, we'll express our chemistry. Cocktails and ginger, a little contact eye. Everybody knows a little place called Kokomo. We get there fast and we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Way down in Kokomo, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Can I go, Montego? Baby, why don't we go to the Kokomo? We get there fast and we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Way down in Kokomo, the Martinique, the Munster Atlantic, at the city line. We'll express our chemistry. Cocktails and ginger wine, LD the contact eye. Bodies in the sand, holding cocktails in their hands. We get there fast and we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Way down in Kokomo, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Can I go, Montego? Baby, why don't we go to the Kokomo? Get there fast and we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Way down in Kokomo. At the Florida Keys, we'll express our chemistry. Cocktails and ginger wine, LD the contact eye. Everybody knows a little place called Kokomo. We get there fast and we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Way down in Kokomo, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Can I go, Montego? Baby, why don't we go to the Kokomo? We get there fast and we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Way down in Kokomo, Jamaica.
Ladies and gentlemen, before our lovely MC takes over, let me just assume the privilege to introduce her. Marlene Stevenson Daly. Most of you would have seen her gracing your television for the longest running program on TV, School Challenge Quiz. You'd have seen her, of course, in Spelling Bee. She is one of the quiz master, travels around the country, and again on television. You would have heard her in your living rooms hosting several programs. She works closely with the Ministry of Tourism, and indeed, we're very happy to have her chairing our program this evening. And of course, her son will be graduating today here, and she just went up to see him graduate from Hopkins College, yes, with his associate degree, and today moving on with the Bachelor's of Science degree. So, Mrs. Daly, it is indeed a pleasure to be sharing the stage with you, and of course, to honor our students here this evening. I want to say welcome to all the students that are graduating in virtual space. You'd have noticed there are 2 televisions mounted, and they would have been joining us in virtual space today from across the world. I guess our technician, we have them all connected, sir. Good, good. They are on Zoom and they are on YouTube. So we'll just check with the numbers, as we weren't able to accommodate everyone So we're happy that we're able to have students for the very first time graduating in virtual space, and also families and friends joining us from across the world. So Mrs. Daly, how are you today? It's over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cornwell, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the protocols would have been established, and so I adhere to them. And just to begin by saying, I'm very delighted to be here this afternoon. I came from Kingston early this morning, and I had an opportunity to speak with the Deputy Director of the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency, PICA. And, you know, your grandmother would say you must take sleep and mark dead. He said to me that they have about 70 flights going out of Jamaica today, and he would have had to deploy persons both to Montego Bay and to Norman Manley Airport. And I didn't take sleep and mark that, because when I got to the Sangster Airport in Montego Bay, it was unbelievable. The traffic was backed up all the way just before you get to Flankers, for those persons who know Montego Bay well enough. And it took us better part of an hour just to navigate that. And the traffic was totally backed up. And I thought to myself, some people are going to miss their flight today. But it also signaled in my mind that there is not just the resilience of a nation at work, but it is also an opportunity that coming back from COVID is providing for Jamaicans. And not just locally, because if you're following the labor market here, you will know that there is a shortage of workers at all levels of the industry. Persons are needed from line staff all the way to the top. And so this presents a wonderful opportunity for an organization like the Western Hospitality Institute that has poured into students across Jamaica from all walks of life for many, many years. How many years is it, Dr. Cornwell?
Too many years. But for the records, from 1988 September.
Yes.
1988 September.
And I believe I met Dr. Cornwell sometime in 1987. Yes. When I just started my broadcasting career, and he just started his culinary career. And from ever since then, we have been good friends. And I really appreciate that friendship. And it has brought me here today to see, as he said, yes, my son also being a part of this graduating class. And I'm exceptionally pleased and very proud to be a part of this gathering here today. So enough of me in terms of my preamble with
Marlene,
my job.
I just want to acknowledge Reverend Miranda Sutherland. I think she's going to be joining us.
Is she joining us virtually?
Yes, from Canada, Anglican priest to lead us in prayer.
Yes.
And then, of course, Audley will do singing prayer from Celine Dion's track.
Yes. So this is how we get started, as we usually do in Jamaica, with prayer. But my job this evening is to make sure that I'm as expeditious as I can be with the use of time, because I know the program has a number of inputs, and I know you want to get to the dinner and the dance before too long. So Reverend Miranda Sutherland is going to bless us as we get started.
Is asking us to, for a few seconds, we're just going to turn to Audley to give us prayer. The prayer by Celine Dion. Over to Mrs. Scott. Mrs. Scott is as old as the institution when we started. And that meaning he's very young, because 30 plus years. Over to you, Mrs. Scott.
Yes, I was born 1988.
Yes. Yes, a beautiful track there. Mrs. Dion. Mrs. Scott.
I pray you'll be alright and watch us when we go and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be your prayer as we go our way. Lead us to a place, guard us with your grace, give us faith so we'll be saved. I pray we'll find your light and hold it in our heart. When stars go out each night, remind us where you are. Let this be your prayer when shadows fill our day. Lead us to a place, guard us with your grace, give us faith so we'll be saved. A world where pain and sorrow will be ended, and every heart that's broken will be mended, and we'll remember we are all God's children, reaching out to touch you, reaching to the stars. We ask that light be kind and watch us from above. We hope each soul will find another soul to love. Let this be your prayer, just like every child needs to find a place, guard us with your grace, give us faith so we'll be saved. Needs to find a place, guard us with your grace, give us faith so we'll be saved.
So much. Thank you so much, Audley. And now we invite Reverend Miranda Sutherland, who is also a member of the Board of Governors of the Western Hospitality Institute, to pray for us.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone in Jamaica. I tried to find a little piece of Jamaica, and I have the colors in my earring today. Congratulations to this 34th batch of graduates, soon to be graduates from the Western Hospitality Institute. Let us pray. God of all source and goodness, who continue to shower your people with blessings abundantly, even more than we can ask or imagine. We thank you that on this day, the Western Hospitality Institute has arrived at another juncture to present to Jamaica another cohort of soon-to-be graduates at different levels who will continue their development and to add to the economic development of this beautiful island at all levels of employment. We thank you, Almighty God, for sustaining them on their journey. We thank you that you have saved them from all kinds of distractions, Lord, so that they can proudly be seated here today. We thank you, God, for all those who supported them. And this time we remember their parents, all other relatives, friends, well-wishers, and the board of directors, management, and all staff of the Western Hospitality Institute. We pray for this graduation proceedings, that all will flow smoothly. And we pray for all those who will gather to eat, that, Lord, you will bless the food. And finally, Lord, we ask for your continued protection over the president of Western Hospitality Institute, Dr. Cecil Cornwall. We pray that you continue to give the board a vision to lead this educational institution so that it will continue to achieve success year by year by year. To you, God, be all the glory, all the honor, and the praise this day and forevermore. Amen.
And amen. Thank you so much, Reverend Miranda Sutherland, for blessing us this afternoon as we get started in our graduation ceremony for 2022. And again, thanks to Audley for that lovely compliment of a song and a prayer all in one. Miss Marshall Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, is the first female principal of WHI and the fourth principal to serve in that position, having earned her teacher education diploma from the Bethlehem Teachers College, her bachelor's from Western Hospitality Institute, and her master's in business administration from Edinburgh Napier University in the United Kingdom. Please help me to welcome her as she brings the principal's report. Put your hands together. Go ahead.
Madam Chairperson, Mrs. Marlene Stevens Sedali, Board Chairman, Dr. Diane Williams, Executive Chairman, Dr. Sassa Cornwall, Madam Guest Speaker, Dr. Davia Ramjeet, Principal, Knox Community College, Mrs. Iona Jones, Principal, Marcus Garvey Technical High School, Miss Hannah Garda, Vice President, Hocking College, United States, Reverend Miranda Sutherland, Anglican priest, Canada, board members joining us virtually, distinguished guests in the audience and virtually, families, friends, well-wishers, our graduates, present locally and virtually, of course, good afternoon. I'm just gonna slant a little bit with the sun. Okay. The last official graduation held here in the year 2020, when my predecessor, Principal Eladia Vassell, stood here delivering the principal report during the difficult COVID pandemic-19. It seems as if there was no hope for Western Hospitality Institute to withstand such era. And today, I have the task of presenting the future of Western Hospitality Institute. And indeed, you can agree with me, the future is looking lovely, right? WHI have pivoted and is on the rebound, thanks to the steady hand of and guidance, of course, of Dr. Cecil Cornwall. Today, I can stand here and report to you. Western Hospitality Institute for the year 2022, Western Hospitality Institute for the academic year, I should say, September 2021, ruling down to December 2022, have seen an enrollment of approximately 50 tuition paying students for our hospitality, culinary, and tourism program. The continuing education programs were outsourced to Darius Employment and Recruitment Agency. And I must say, there have been tremendous increase in the student enrollment, where they have trained approximately 120 to 150 students from June 2022 to December 2022. The continuing education graduation was held in November 2022. Since the COVID pandemic, the school have moved to 100% virtual classes online using Zoom and the Schoology learning management system. However, students are required to come to Negril location for their practicals, which include hotel labs. These operations are held at our student-run facility, the Somerset Resort and Training School, where we are currently at. Yes, this beautiful and magnificent location. I want to use this time to acknowledge the principal for Marcus Garvey Technical, Mrs. Iona Jones, whose students are serving us here today at this graduation, and also for the long-standing collaboration between Marcus Garvey Technical and Western Hospitality Institute over the years. Principal Jones. Principal Jones.
Principal Jones. Mrs. Aniona Jones, could you please join us? Your school has been acknowledged for the continuous service that you provided over the years by our principal, Ms. Marcel Johnson. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Principal Jones ensure that her students travel to Negril on weekends to get their hotel culinary construction practicals at the Somerset Resort and Hotel Training School. We truly appreciate your efforts and also this great partnership and collaboration with the Western Hospitality Institute. Western Hospitality Institute has a long-standing relationship also with Hocking College in Ohio, United States for over 25 years. This relationship was reinforced under the leadership of the first female president, Dr. Betty Young, who have visited and stayed at this facility here in Jamaica several times. We have had students exchange program where Western Hospitality Institute students visited and took classes at the Hocking College for a semester, and Hocking College students visited and interned here at WHI. Approximately 12 students, Saturday, December 10, 2022. Approximately 25% of the WHI students that graduated from Hocking College on December 10th left with honor degree, including our two valedictorian, Jodian and DeLion, here with us today. Their academic success at the Hocking College, I must say, mirrors their performance as bachelor's degree students. College, under the leadership of Dr. Betty Young, have put in place a fantastic program that allow WHI students wishing to study at Hocking College to be able to do so, where they have a partnership where they work on campus in exchange for their education. I want to also acknowledge Miss Hannah Gardner, the Vice President of Hocking College, who is present here with us today. I want to say welcome to Jamaica and congratulations on being the first Black woman to ascend the position of Vice President at the Hocking College. And also the first Caribbean national to hold such a position. As Caribbean national, we're very proud of you. And I just want to say, continue to represent the Caribbean community well. I want to also acknowledge our very own past principal, Mr. Eladio Vassell. Mr. Eladio Vassell, who is now employed at Hocking College as the director of the Hospitality Culinary and Event Management Program. Mr. Vassell is also the first Black man and Caribbean national to assume this position. Congratulations. Mr. Vassell, you are a graduate of Western Hospitality Institute. And I must say, Western Hospitality Institute is very proud of you. Thank you for continuing waving the WHI banner high. WHI also partnered with Yummy Jobs outside the United Kingdom, one of the largest employers for J1 students entering in the United States for the Work and Travel Exchange Program, and also Darius Recruitment and Employment Agency, owned and operated by our very own WHI past principal, Mr. Juraski Young. Okay, I was just told he's joining us virtually. Mr. Young is the first principal for Western Hospitality Institute. Under this agreement, we have had approximately 100 of our students traveling on the 12-month work and travel program. This program becomes very beneficial for our students. Again, through Darius Recruitment and Employment Agency, we have established a relationship with Gateway, representing the Alabama Chamber of Commerce, for recruiting students under the J1 program for the cultural exchange work and study program in the United States. Currently, we are actively recruiting students for this program. We do recognize that there's a shortfall in not being able to meet the demand for sending students on this program. However, we're saying today, graduates, if you are interested, please contact the WHI office or Darius Recruitment and Employment Agency so that you can get the necessary information to move forward. It's a great opportunity. During these difficult COVID-19 pandemic, wow, under my leadership, we have managed to secure the services of Strategic Alliance JA to take us through a comprehensive strategic retreat in putting together a 5-year strategic plan for the year 2022 to 2027. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Robert Winter and the team at Strategic Alliance JA for their services. And also, I want to urge the management team of Western Hospitality Institute to please use the strategic plan as a guide. As a proud graduate of Western Hospitality Institute, having come to WHI from Bethlehem as a trained teacher, having earned a teaching degree from Bethlehem, of course, I came to teach and at the same time earned my bachelor's degree, and also having WHI pay for me to complete my master's in business administration with Edinburgh Napier University, Scotland, United Kingdom. I just want to take the opportunity to say a big thank you to the institution and also to the chairman himself, Dr. Cornwall. Thank you. WHI would have had 4 principals since its inception in the year 1988, September 1988. And you would have realized that we are all homegrown and developed by this great institution. The first principal, Mr. Juraski Young, came here from the hotel industry and would have gotten help from WHI from the associate degree all the way to the from the associate degree all the way to the master's degree he earned from the University College of London. The second principal, Mr. McGoy Francis, would have been the only outsider who earned his bachelor's from the college. I would have paid for his master's. He earned the Mr. Eladia Vassal, I would say WHI graduate, who came to us fresh from high school, earned his associate degree, bachelor's and master's degree he completed with the University College of Birmingham, United Kingdom. And the fourth principal, yours truly, as the first female principal, I would have been the first principal for the Western Hospitality High School arm named G-Learning Academy. Now the principal for Western Hospitality Institute Tertiary arm. WHI have also fully funded my education at the bachelor's degree and also the master's degree earned at Edinburgh Napier University. We all as principal got our tertiary education fully funded by Western Hospitality Institute. All our leadership development is safe to say we are credited to this great institution, WHI. So as my professional sojourns come to a climax with the institution, I continue my commitment to develop this great institute, my alma mater, Western Hospitality Institute. I think we all as principal are still actively involved in the development of Western Hospitality Institute one way or another. I would say we have never truly left. Although we are not here in body, our intellectual and financial commitment continue to this great organization. Therefore, I want to use this opportunity to charge you, the graduates, to use this time to go and sign up with the WHI Alumni Association, headed by a great WHI Kingston College graduate, Mr. Earl Tucker. Mr. Earl Tucker rose to the occasion to save the institute in its very tough and low time in sponsoring students' tuitions. As many of you here today can attest to this, as you were not in the position to finance the education journey which you have embarked on, and Mr. Tucker and the alumni team was there for you. So I urge you, give back to this institution that make you what you are and who you will become. Mr. Tucker, Chairman of the Western Hospitality Alumni Association, based in Washington, D.C., United States. I want to personally thank you and the association, sir, is virtually now, for your leadership during the difficult times of COVID pandemic, the thousands of dollars you spent, you and the members of the association come together and spend for the scholarship program for the Western Hospitality degree students, the fundraising events put on by the association at the Hocking College in June 2022 to also raise funds for the WHI scholarship. Thank you for your support. Thanks to the WHI Alumni Association. Also, a big thank you to everyone on the team. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to ask all the graduates to please stand and give Mr. Tucker and the WHI Alumni Association a round of applause. You may be seated. Excerpts of my speech is also attached in the program for this evening. And also I must say, again, I want to charge the graduates to give back. Yes, give back to your alma mater, Western Hospitality Institute. And just like myself, many of you have graduated here, or I should say is graduating here today, came to the institution, whether on a fully funded scholarship or an assistantship scholarship, whichever it is, it's a big help to you. It moved you, of course, from the situation or the position that you were in before to make you something better today. And I want to say, give back to this institute. Let me use the opportunity again to say thank you to the institution and Dr. Cornwall, of course, for his guidance that he have given to me and his continuous guidance and support, of course. Thank you for everything. Enjoy the evening proceedings.
I think we can do better than that. Another round of applause for Principal Marshall Johnson. And ladies and gentlemen, you heard her mention Dr. Hannah Guada, who is here from Hocking College. And I'd like to bring her to the podium at this time to bring her special remarks. I met her in April of this year, and she is such a wonderful spirit. And she is Trinidadian, let me tell you. So she's Caribbean all the way and a really wonderful soul.
Yes, great. Ooh, a little bit too much. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much. I have help. It's always good to have help. Madam Chairperson, Mrs. Arling Stevenson Bailey, Western Hospitality Institute Board Chairperson, actually, it would be Deanne Williams Bryant, husband, Dr. Tony Bryant, Dr. Cornwall, Executive Chairman of WHI, Dr. Davia Ramjeet, Principal of Knox Community College, Reverend Miranda Sutherland, Anglican priest, and I believe she's virtually, and thank you for that wonderful prayer. Mr. Earl Tucker, Chairman, WHI Alumni Association, USA, WHI board members, present on location and virtual, WHI faculty, Mr. Domain Collum, President of Student Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, graduates, soon to be graduates, in person and virtually, family, friends, and well-wishers, both in person and virtually. So my name is Hannah Guada, Vice President for Student Life and Chief Diversity Inclusion Officer at Hocking College in Nelsonville, Ohio. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I didn't think I would ever be standing on stage in Jamaica. My first time here, and I've had such a great time. The hospitalities was beyond. I was just like, my son was saying that, so you get in the local tourist trip. I was like, yeah, I'm so glad it's not a sandals or anything else. I'm really living the local life and I'm totally enjoying it. So I want to thank each and every one of you for just being here and supporting these graduates, because it's important. Family is everything. Without family and friends, you can't do it. It's hard work, but when you think about your families and how they're going to benefit from it, really helps. So having families here, so ask the graduates to give their families and friends a really loud round of applause. Yes. Graduates, you're about to embark on a new journey with endless opportunities. This next chapter of your life is an exciting time. You've done the studying and taking test. You're ready to start have a fulfilling and rewarding career in your chosen field. You're ready to make a life for yourself. But before you embark on that journey, I ask you to take a moment and ask yourself one question. It's a simple question. However, finding the answer can take time. You will need to allow yourself the time and space to think about this answer. When you do this, your journey will become an exciting one, full of purpose. And I'm going to ask each and every one of you to find out, what is your why? Why? And keep asking yourself why, and that why will change as you go along with your life. Simon Sinek, some of you may have heard of him, but he is an author and a TED Talk, famous TED Talk about finding your why. Why is it so important for you to do that? The answer to that question is powerful, because when you know your why, you do something, you begin to take a new way of showing up for your work. The way you interact with your friends and family, and quite frankly, the world around you changes. I will tell you a little bit about my why, and it took me a long time to find my why. And when I found out my why, I realized that I had a childhood dream of not dying without leaving a mark on the world. I was 8 years old. I didn't want to die and not have my name in the history books. But when I found this opportunity here at Hocking College, I realized that I have the opportunity to impact thousands of people, not just the students that walk through those doors, but their families and generations to come. Because your lives are going to change for your children, for your children's children. Because once you get educated, your whole life changes. It opens up ways and places that you won't even begin to dream about. That's my why. I want to be able to contribute. And even coming here today, I'm contributing to you because something that I say here today is going to spark something in someone, whether it's you, the graduates, or your families, your friends, and you lay down in your bed one night and say, why? That word that woman said to me, why? Why am I doing this? It may not be related to education. It may be related to something else in your life. And you tell yourself, I don't need to be doing this anymore because it doesn't make my soul sing. I'm going to ask you to think about your why. And at Hocking, that's one of the things that we're driving home with our students. Why? Why are you even doing this? Why are you even here? Like, and when you begin to get that why, things change for you. So all I'm asking you to do is, as you begin to go out into the world, ask yourself why. Why would you take one job over another job? Does it really take you closer to your dream, closer to the life that you want for yourself? Why are you making a decision to choose one spouse over another? How does this person take me towards the goals that I have in the future for my life? Continue to ask yourself why. Because when you know your why, you show up differently in the world. When you know your why, you make different decisions that would take you closer and closer to your goal. So I just once again want to say thank you for having me. Congratulations on behalf of Hocking College. And I know each and every one of you are going to go out there and do great things. You're going to mess up, but it's okay. The mess up is going to end up being great anyway, because all things work together for good, right? So even though you make a mistake, don't worry about it. Just keep pushing on, learn the lesson and keep pushing on. The world is waiting for you all to show up. The world is waiting for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Guada, for those words that apply, I'm sure, not just to our graduates, but can be applied to every person in this space, in the reach of your voice. Know your why. Make your soul sing. Yes. And that happens when you found your purpose. Let me invite Ronaldo Campbell at this time just to make a quick presentation to Dr. Hannah, as everybody calls her. And of course, this past Saturday, I think we had 12 graduates from Hocking College, and she was there to cheer them on. Ronaldo, come forward. And if I may reiterate as he comes, endless opportunities are there for you graduates.
Mrs. Daly, I guess for Ronaldo, it is one of the things you taught in class, the impromptu speech. We took him by surprise.
Oh, you know you mustn't lay hands on anyone suddenly, right?
You taught it, didn't you?
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So, on behalf of the entire class of 2022 at the Western Hospitality Institute, would like to say thank you for that message. I'm sure my colleagues would have grasped something from what you have just said. So thank you again.
He wants a picture.
And you know,
He wants a photograph, so just step to the side. Come this side.
and you know, Mrs. Daly, one of our public speaking lecturer, Mrs. Shona Heron, Shona taught him, and, you know, she would say, always prepare for the unexpected.
Thank you very much, Ronaldo. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe at this time, Mr. Scott, where are you? Mr. Scott is slated to perform for us at this time.
Yes.
A very inspirational song, I Believe I Can Fly.
And it ties in quite well with Dr. Hannah's speech. I
Indeed.
believe I can fly.
Indeed.
Mr. Scott, where are you at this? He's coming.
When you know your why,
Yes.
you show up differently.
You show up different.
Yes.
And now we're going to charge them with I Believe I Can Fly. Beautiful voice of Audley Scott. Let him feel welcome, please.
Think that I could not go on. Life was nothing but an awesome song. Now I know the meaning of true love. I'm leaning on the everlasting arm. If I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. See me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. See, I was on the verge of breaking down. Sometimes silence can seem so loud, but there are miracles in life I must achieve. But first, I know the stars inside of me. Yeah. If I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. See me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. Oh, I believe I can fly. Oh, I believe in me. Yeah. If I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I to the sky, think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. See me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I just spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can fly. I can fly. I can fly. If I just spread my wings, yes, I can fly. Woo! Said I can fly. Yes, I can fly. Spread my wings and fly away. I can fly.
All right. What a powerful rendition. I believe I can fly. Do you believe? Yes. Well, let me hear it one more time. Put your hands together. I believe I can fly. May I invite Miss Patria Marks to come to the lectern at this time. She has the special task of introducing our keynote speaker for today's graduation. Miss Marks, please come forward. And as she comes, please put your hands together, make her welcome.
Mrs. Marlene Stevenson Valley, my previous guest public speaking lecturer, and also the program chairperson. Dr. Deanne Williams Bryant, that's for Western Hospitality Board Chairman, Chairperson. Dr. Tony Bryant, husband of Dr. Deanne Bryant. Dr. Cecil Cornwall, Executive Chairman and founder of WHI. Dr. Davia Ramgeet, Principal of Knox Community College. Miss Hannah Guada, Vice President of Hockin College, USA. Reverend Miranda Sutherland, Anglican Priest of Canada, in Canada. Mr. Earl Tucker, WHI Alumni Chairman. WHI board members, present on location and virtual. WHI faculty members, Mr. Damani Column, President of Student Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, graduates, family, friends, and well-wishers, in person and virtual. Good afternoon to you all. It is an honor to stand here and introduce our guest speaker for this evening. Born on June 12, 1981, mother of daughter Deanna, 17.
Right here.
And son, DeAndre, 15. She's a sports enthusiast and lover of the arts. Principal of Knox Community College since July 2008.
Oh, Lord.
The Michael University College 100 commemorative awards.
Please mute your
He is a
microphone.
Doctor of
Thank you.
Education, Higher Education Leadership and Management at the Walden University, USA. Government Scholarship Awardee for Aspiring Principals course, that's in Jamaica. Professional Qualification for Principalship, that's at the National College for Educational Leadership, that's at the University of West Indies, 2014. Master of Science in Educational Leadership, summa cum laude, at Central Connecticut State University in USA. Bachelor's of Science in School Administration, that's a summa cum laude as well. Diploma in Education, registered trained teacher, affiliate of United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, principal director of Knox Neighborhood Early Childhood Institution, member of the Rio Tinto Steering Committee, and also a volunteer with the Optimist Club of Spalding in Clarendon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome Dr. Davia D. Ramji. Make her welcome.
You know, Mrs. Daly, Dr. Ramji is showing off her beautiful toes. But you know that in Negril is a capital of casual. There are no need for stilettos. Welcome to the capital of casual.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cornwall. Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy that Patria did all that protocol listing for me, which would prevent me from repeating every single thing that she said. Thank you for that warm introduction, talk out the whole of my business. But never mind that, I am Davia Ramjeet. And that's how I show up. And if it were up to me, I would be in this. But I'm gonna please Dr. Cornwall today, so I'm wearing my regalia. All right, just wanna send certain little protocols out. The energy is positive this afternoon, just similar to Somerset. And so I just still want to acknowledge a few persons, particularly our chairperson. First of all, I'm a Montegonian, and I'm very pleased to be in her midst. I have listened to her for many, many, many years, and I wish I could speak like her, but I haven't mastered that yet, but never mind, I'm in the space of royalty. Our executive chairman and founder of Western Hospitality Institute, sorry. Many times when we talk about Dr. Cornwall, I don't think we recognize the legacy and the networking that he promotes and continues to advocate for. And I want us to really, really embrace what he stands for. And I want us to give him a warm welcome and encourage him to stay with us in education, because what he does for people cannot be measured enough. And I purposefully said welcome, because every time we do a graduation, it's our time for reflection. And I don't know how often he reflects on whether or not he still has the same why. So Hannah mentioned about asking yourself, what is your why? And that your why will change. It does change. And for 34 years, when Dr. Cornwall gets up in the morning or every time he graduates a batch, he must be asking himself, why do I do this all the time, repeatedly, whether it's counted as successful or not? But I want us to salute this man, because this man has done tremendous for Jamaica land we love. I want to say big up to my friend Hannah. We went to the beach this morning and we had a meeting in the beach. And this is what, this is what Hawking and Jamaica's collaboration means, that we can be very casual but very businesslike. So when we come to the table, it doesn't have to be a physical table, but we come to the space to discuss matters that will empower both nations. So just want to big up Hannah, and of course Eladio. Very proud to be in his midst. I remember when I met him right here in COVID, trying to scrape some stuff from Western Hospitality and tell Dr. Cornwall, say me want this, and so on and so forth. So I was very pleased to know that he's engaged at Hawking and so on. So this is essentially my protocol list, bigging up persons. But want to also salute my own colleagues. Principal Jones, who was missing, she has the opportunity now to show her face. She trained me. I don't know why this wasn't in my profile, but I'm also was a lead inspector for the National Education Inspectorate. And at that time when I met Aniona, and they call her Annie, but when I met Aniona was actually my trainer. She trained me to go into schools to inspect standards and so on. And I still love her and salute her. All right, students, trainees, special guests, parents, well-wishers, virtually and physically. And of course, finally, before I begin this afternoon, the graduates, who I must congratulate. Really and truly, when you have a batch graduating out of 2 years, 9 months of pandemic, whether you are physically here now or you are overseas, it really must have been a tremendous extra effort that you would have taken to really get to this point in time. And I salute you also. So if you're looking, and I'm happy that I changed my shoes. If you're looking, I'm 5'1". So I promise to only spend 5 minutes. I really do promise to only spend 5 minutes, because when you're a part of the American culture, everything is short. They graduate 6,000 persons in 1 hour. So I'm a part of that culture, thank God, so we can eat quicker. All right, so my conversation this afternoon is about a challenge. So when we began our journey in the pandemic, everything was about a challenge. Every time you went on social media, somebody was challenging you to go into the ice bucket. When it wasn't the ice bucket, it was something else. How many of us have begun to challenge ourselves for self-development? Anyone? I see the Hawking people putting up their hands. Yes, I see some of us Jamaicans. I'm starting this conversation because I have a story to tell, and it's a very brief story. It's not going to start at 1981. It's going to start in 2019, sorry. So I did a surgery in 2019, and I spent two weeks home recovering. And a friend of mine, you know, in Jamaica, we don't really pay for Netflix. So I now do, I confess. I now have a Netflix account that I don't even use. But a friend of mine shared with me, well, it's a married couple, Dr. Medley and Shanika Medley. They shared with me, if you have dogs, you know the Medleys, right? So they shared with me their account, and they encouraged me to watch this movie called Billion. Anybody ever seen the series Billion? So I don't know about other persons, but when I watch anything or I read anything, I pick out themes. What resonates with me, because that's the only thing that will allow me to continue watching, because I get bored quite easily. And I read a lot. I read almost every day, but watching is a challenge for me. So because of being on my back, I began watching Billions. And one of the most profound things that occurred during that series to me was the use of a psychologist on staff. So if you don't know Billions, Billions is about a billionaire who leads a hedge fund. So, you know, when you hear about hedge fund, you think of millions and the stock market, et cetera, et cetera. But what was very interesting and very different about this particular film or series is that outside of the CEO, the next more or most valuable employee was a psychologist, female, and the character was actually from a living person. Right, I don't remember the full name, but it's a Denise person, an actual psychologist. Now, why it became profound is that they needed this individual on full-time staff to support decisions that were made. So this billionaire and all the persons who are part of the team would rely on this individual to give them guidance. And most of the conversations in that office would be around how they think and what their mindsets were about. That's fundamentally it. And I'm gonna go a little bit further, because having watched that series, it caused me to think. I'm a thinker. And I started doing a little bit of research as well. And I said to myself, is it fictional? Is it because of this movie why there's a psychologist employed to give advice to this billionaire and the billionaire team? And my research took me to the NBA, it took me to the NFL, it took me to Premier League. No matter how much talent an individual or a team has, it's not harnessed individually. There is a support mechanism around. And the primary reason for the success of every NFL, NBA, Premier League team that we know of, globally speaking, if you check the stats now, they have a sports psychologist on staff. And if you are to really research, they would have had such a condition as early as 1925. It just became really, really popular now, where they would have a full-time staff, and it's a career path for somebody to be a sport psychologist. So why am I talking about sports psychology and this level of support? I'm going back to mindset. A lot of times we fail and we stay a failure because our mindsets haven't shifted. I am from the Jamaican culture. I still live here. But I can very much say that many of us, we have a negative mindset. And I'm going to use a few simple examples. If I say, hi to Dr. Cornwall, how are you? I know the response I'm going to get, whether it's feeling good or not. I know the response that he genuinely gives. Sometimes at random, I may say to a staff, how are you? Well, I'm not so bad, you know. So if you're not so bad, why don't you say, I'm good, I'm well? Why don't we manifest what we speak and give a particular energy? I don't know if it is because we are from a colloquial age, but I find that we are oftentimes comfortable with the negative, and we speak that energy into who we are and who we show up as and how we manifest things. And believe you me, I could stand here for the next hour and give you endless of examples about why it is that we need to speak positive and speak energy and speak goodness and speak into our lives what we want. So essentially, my message here this afternoon is quite simple. I want us to commit to start or reset ourselves and our careers with a mindset challenge. Very, very, very simple. The difficulty is, and similar to what Hannah said, it is not an easy fix. It won't come overnight. It has to be practiced. It has to be sustained. You have to constantly remind yourselves. So I'm going to give you 3 ways in which we can practice this reset or start this mindset shift. I want us to start by creating a self-care routine. And it sounds very, very simple. But if you're watching the news and if you watch statistics, you'll recognize that many of us don't even sleep well. We may go to bed ad hoc, we wake up ad hoc, we toss and turn, and we don't sleep well. And so many things are going on in our bodies, or not going on in our bodies, because we're really not resting. So I'm going to challenge us to create a self-care routine. We're going to sleep or rest well. We're going to exercise or we're going to move. We are going to exercise or we're going to move. It's very, very simple. I'm going to tell you why we need all these little recipes to create that routine. We're going to take care of our bodies, and we're going to do the physical, the visible, the skin, the hair, the nails. And that's commonly what we do, especially us ladies. And I find that more and more in our global society, the men are getting into the routine skincare and the hair care and so on. And the stigma is less when you care for yourselves, because I know which Jamaica I'm from. When you're too cute and you're into certain things, you're classed a particular way. But thank God for diversity and inclusion. Thank God for media and television. Thank God for travel. Our minds are a little bit more opened. And most importantly, in this self-care routine will be those that are not seen. We're going to take care of the things that are not seen. And I want us, my Jamaican people, to pay attention to this last one. Our heart our liver, and our kidneys. Sounds very, very out of the way for me to come up here and say, take care of our heart, our liver, and our kidneys. And I'm gonna tell you why I started this with being my number one out of three things. The United Nations would have reported that 61% of deaths in the world is caused from things that are within our control. So essentially, we have lifestyle patterns that are modifiable. It means we can get up at any time and just change the way we do things. At any given time, nobody did this to us. We can get up at any given time and change three things in our lives to protect our heart, our liver, and our kidneys. And the modifiable lifestyle is entwined in our behaviors. And I know persons will challenge me to talk about how motivated or demotivated they are to do certain things. But I'm gonna challenge you that the opposite of motivation is discipline. And I will challenge anybody, any day, anytime, even in my sleep. It is not about motivation, it's about discipline. I have a principal who used to say to me at Irwin High, in fact, not to me, every blessed day that he goes on to the podium, discipline is a hallmark of success, and he would rivet that. And I saw him on television talking to Irwin High. He's retired now, he's at 65. And he went to a football match and you could hear him telling the team, discipline is a hallmark of success. And it's very simple, but it's very profound. And if you should reflect, introspect on your lives now and see all the things that works for you and all the things that don't really work for you. And I know in our culture, we like to blame things like bad mind and who not like you and which neighbor don't like you and put them mouth on my pitney. And we have those colloquial things that we love to say, but many times we cause our own success and failure. All right, so I'm still on the point number one about the three things, three modifiable lifestyle behaviors. And I know many persons, especially from the West, may not like number one, but it's fine. We can still work on it. My dad quit smoking and we didn't even know that he quit smoking. He just got up one day and stopped smoking. And nobody said anything to him. No doctor told him anything. He just stopped. So the number one thing, we're going to stop smoking. And we're going to try, as delicious as our meals are in Jamaica, the unhealthy diet and the physical inactivity. Simple three things. And I said, Blaine, I did say it won't happen overnight. But I'm saying if 61% of us die around the globe because of not acknowledging our modifiable lifestyle, at any given day throughout our lives, before a doctor labels us with a chronic disease, we can just get up and change. We're not immovable. We're not trees. At any given point in time, we can get up and change. Change any behavior that we want to change. Nobody should force you. So as Anna had said when she came up here, you just don't know who your message is going to reach. And if it is one starfish at a time, it's fine. But all I'm asking for this challenge to be is about yourself. So I'm not asking you to impose what I said onto anybody, whether you're a teacher, principal, whether you supervise a department, you work in the kitchen, lead the team, etc. I'm not asking you to impose, I'm asking you to challenge yourself. Now, once you're labeled with this chronic disease, it becomes either heart disease, a stroke, diabetes, obesity, metabolic syndrome, etc., etc., etc. Therefore, it means a combination of 4 healthy lifestyle factors: maintaining a healthy weight, exercising regularly, following a healthy diet, and not smoking seem to be associated with that particular reduction. So I'm there for number one. Let's close off number one. Self-care routine. And I stopped wearing makeup primarily because it didn't suit me. And for those who don't know in the industry, the makeup comes from pigs. So everybody, especially Seventh Day, that love to glorify, I don't eat this and I do. We can sit at the table later and I'll tell you about organic food and I can tell you all about what you just have to pray over, but never mind. Number one, self-care routine. So you start talking about what cleansers will work for your skin. If you're into makeup, which makeup matches you and so on, whatever makes you feel good. But make sure you sleep well. You try to move, not necessarily join a gym, move or exercise. And of course, take care of your body, whether it be physical things or visible things, or of course, as I said, the heart, the liver, and the kidneys. Number two, I'm winding down. Repeat positive affirmations throughout the day. And as much as you see this regala, and we run schools with thousands of persons, and we make important decisions, and we spend the government's money and private money and so on, and we're, so to speak, our so-called big deals. We have doubts in our minds just like everybody else. Sometimes we show up, you don't even know which version is showing up. We cry, we're distraught many a times. We have regular emotions like everyone else, but persons see success and they see that smile and they see when you show up, you still light up a room. And they don't know or recognize that even though Mrs. Daly stands on the television with the bright lights on her, sometimes she's wondering if she's going to have a Freudian slip. You just never can tell on TV. And I'm sure she has her own doubts at times. I do, certainly. Limiting beliefs and negative thoughts that may enter your mind, and they enter more frequently than you may want to admit. Whether or not we choose to believe it, negative thoughts re-enters or enters our mind very frequently throughout the day. So you have to have some affirmations, that you practice silently. Nobody has to know that you're saying this in your mind. So for example, when I sing in the bathroom, and I think I'm having a day that seems to go a particular way or will go a particular way, I start to sing a Sasko in my bathroom. The Almighty protect me. The Lord will not forsake me. Jananga make me suffer by the hands of the wicked. And you just sing your favorite song and you build a vibe. Who has a favorite song? I have another one. What's him called here? Me only know one line. They never want me, Formula. I only know the one line because that's the line that resonates with me. And it's a true thing. So sometimes your affirmations will come from the songs that give you a vibe. They reinforce something about you. It reignites something about you. It makes you feel good. So sometimes when the doubts come and you wonder if you can do this, you wonder if you should show for that job that you applied for, you have to affirm another belief separate and apart from what came into the mind. You don't have to show, you don't have to tell, you don't have to tell anybody that you're having this feeling, but come up with your own affirmations about how you should show up. And I want us to repeat something before I move on to number 3. Because I recall that Principal Johnson mentioned about situation. She used the term situation that Dr. Cornwall and is it Mr. Tucker? I remember I met him in July at the alum party. Yes, I met Mr. Tucker, a fine set of persons there. And Johnson mentioned about many of us. And sometimes when she spoke for the many minutes up here, I would say to myself, boy, look, like it's a thing when you don't go to Western. The way how she carried on about the past principals and the alum and so on, you just felt bad that you're not a part of Western. You didn't get a certificate from Western. But I'm making this point because I remember her saying that they escaped, my words, the situation that they were in by getting the full scholarships or the partial scholarships, etc. And really and truly, I've met so many persons who would have given me a similar story. So I want for the graduates to say after me, the situation I live in or grew up in does not and will not live in me. The situation I live in or grew up in does not and will not live in me. because that is one of our greatest deterrent for why we don't achieve success. We allow trauma from way back to stop us from achieving our goals. So whenever it is that you're to take another leap, take another risk, take a chance at yourself, because remember, today is all about you. It's about yourself. Yes, the support mechanisms are around, but it's about you and how your mindset can evolve and should be evolving with your why. And so whenever those doubts and the limited beliefs come into the mind, they seep into the mind at various times, remember that whatever situation you grew up in should not and will not live in you. And I'm talking about those negative energies and vibes. And the final thing before I leave you, get and stay inspired. Positive and inspirational messaging. I know many a times in our society, when the message seems very strong and wrong, the government wants to ban certain songs. And I call songs are almost all songs entertainment. But some of us, our minds are not mature enough to recognize that it's entertainment and it should be there. So if it's a song about gun, it's entertaining. We must have a mindset that knows what messaging is to be carried and what should just be left as pure entertainment. So I'm going to encourage us to know the different books that will add value to our lives. You don't have to join a library. Everything is online. Type in self-development. If you're on IG, do library mindset. Occasionally, buy yourself a book. Download a PDF. But be very conscious about the message or the messages that you store. And it comes with the society and the person that you allow to surround you to. If they're not lifting you up and allowing you to feel inspired in their space, that's the wrong space. So I'm encouraging us to read some self-development books, attend conferences, take professional and personal development courses, and listen to those music that uplifts your spirit. Thank you, Audley. We love to listen to the music that uplifts our spirit. And I'm not saying I love every dancehall music on the planet. I just can't sing them. As much as I'm a Jamaican, it's hard for me to repeat more than one sentence. But I do listen. But if that's a particular song gives you a message that makes you feel whole, puts you in a good vibe, gives you this energy, listen to it. It will prevent a lot of murders and crime and violence, you know? Nobody should break your energy, break your vibe. So that's the last one that I am leaving you with. So finally, graduates, I did promise 5 minutes, but in my mind, it's really 5. Graduates, I encourage you to believe in yourself. Develop your mindset and challenge your ability to grow irrespective of any adversity that may come your way. You are the future, and may the Lord bless and keep you. May the Lord lift up his eyes on you, keep you protected, be inspired to do more, be more, and as Principal Johnson advocated, give more. Congratulations, class of 2022. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davia Ramjeet, Principal of Knox Community College, and your keynote speaker for graduation 2022. Believe in yourself, do more, be more, and give more. I'm going to invite, I believe, Mr. Moses to come to the podium. Karen?
Again, it's another.
Karen has the honor.
It's another impromptu. Another impromptu.
That's all right. They have an idea as to how to speak extemporaneously, right, guys? Yes? They had some practice. Karen, speak in the mic. All right, he's speaking.
Okay.
Pick it up.
Okay, good evening, everyone, graduates, family members, and friends. On behalf of the WHI Institute, Mrs. Ramji, Dr. Ramji, I would like to say thank you very much for visiting the double relationship with your school, of course, and with WHI, which is the Hawking College. Thank you very much for being here.
Mrs. Very good. Mrs. Daly, I just want to take the opportunity while Kiran is presenting to Dr. Devia Ramjeet to acknowledge in our presence one of the few female general manager in the world, Sandra Blum. Could you please stand and be acknowledged? She works as one of the general manager of Dreams Resort in Las Marias in Costa Rica. And she's here to celebrate her son's graduation. Carlos is German, yes. Welcome. I also want to acknowledge the general manager for Hedonism too. Please stand and be acknowledged, Mr. Fritsch. Yes, we're happy to have you, sir, who is here to support his employee who is graduating. Yes, Marlene, we have the support of the industry tour students, locally, regionally, and internationally.
And that is so important. Many, many roles to be filled locally and internationally.
And I want to share with you, Carlos was sharing with us that when he came to Jamaica, he had actually gone to the immigration in Kingston to sort out his student visa because, of course, he wanted to go to, he was going to the University of the West Indies to pursue, tourism. And actually, somebody within the embassy told him, why not Western Hospitality Institute? So I'm rather flabbergasted by the fact that we transcend beyond hospitality all the way into government, where persons who don't know of us is recommending this German student to WHI. And for that, we are eternally grateful. Congratulations.
We know in the hospitality industry that what a satisfied customer can do for you is immense. That word of mouth advertising that we often cannot pay for. And that is what happens. So if you have a good experience, you share it with someone else, and that someone else will share it with someone else. And that's how the ball gets rolling. So we're happy for that.
Congratulations again, Mrs. Blum, and continue to blaze the trail. Your son did his research around female general manager in the hotel industry. That's how much you impact your son. He must be fortunate being an only child.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Cornwall. We're going to move along right now. We have a student Senate message, which is coming from the president, Mr. Damani Callum. And he, as I said, is the president of the Student Senate. And I'd like to invite him to come to the lectern at this time. Make him welcome.
Let's see, Callum has his team here. His former principal from high school, Mushet High School. He's here. Who is now the principal of Discovery Bay High School. And the column was actual former head boy for Mushet. Over to you.
Miss Marlene Stevens Sedali, program chairperson, Dr. Deanne Williams, Western Hospitality Institute board chairperson, sorry, Dr. Tony Bryant, husband of Dr. Deanne Bryant, Dr. Cecil Cornwall, executive chairman of Western Hospitality Institute, Dr. Davia Ramgi, principal of Knox Community College, Miss Hannah Guada, Vice President of Hawking College in the United States of America, Reverend Miranda Sutherland, Anglican priest in Canada, Mr. Earl Tucker, Chairman, WHI Alumni Association in the USA, Western Hospitality Board members present on location and also virtually, WHI faculty members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, graduates, soon to be present and also on the virtual space, family, friends, and also well-wishers. Good afternoon. Well, thank you. Good evening.
It's actually afternoon. It's afternoon.
So
Evening is after 6 and it's not yet 6.
thank you. So standing in front of you is a student who majored in hospitality management in his Bachelor's of Science degree, and with 9 months of service to give back to Western Hospitality Institute, as I am aware of somewhat also of all our graduates here today as well. And based on his studies, he was given the opportunity to be the senior operations manager in training at Somerset Hotel and Resort Training School, which is a student-run facility which our principal spoke about. And while going on his 4th month, the president then saw how he was able to strategically plan decisively while staying calm and motivating his team through perilous times with full respect and pure leadership qualities. After seeing a student with those qualities, he then decided it was time to restructure his student Senate constitution and would have moved on to inaugurate the Student Senate Constitution on November 23rd, 2022, appointing yours truly, Demani Callum, as the Student Senate President, charging me with driving out of COVID in high gear, representing the students of its institution while representing the institution outside, and initiating and coordinating students' events. And after looking in my audience today, I can tell that we have a lot of traditional persons here. So I know this will make a lot of sense to you. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And I am here to assure you that this Student Senate will be working assiduously hard to ensure that Jack doesn't only work hard, but also play as well. This Student Senate will be working on a calendar of relaxation, rejuvenation, and refreshing themselves at least once a month with a calendar of events. The team that I was selected to work with includes Ms. Thema Cahoon, First Vice President in Operation, Mr. Nathan Gale, Second Vice President. I'm going to ask you to please stand while I call your name. Starting with Ms. Thema Cahoon, or First Vice President. Mr. Nathan Gale, Second Vice President in charge of Marketing and Public Relations. Our Third Vice President, Mr. Dimitri Graham, in charge of discipline, and who seniors, Miss Janice Henry as the Student Council Secretary. Mr. Rajay Reed, who is currently managing the bar as our treasurer, and Mr. Xavier Hunt, who is in the kitchen cooking for us today as our Student Council member. Some of the things that we have sat and started to discuss already is to have our school not only just working hard, but also having time to relax, rejuvenate, and refresh themselves. And some of these events that we have begun to plan is our retreat in March, or Roots Day, which will be celebrated as Jamaica Day, or Valentine's Day, which you all can make your phone calls and send in your special request, and we will do this calling to have our students come in and pick up their Valentine's gift at any of the campuses, whether Negril or Montego Bay. We will also be planning a pool party for all the persons who love to showcase and swim. We also would like to plan our sports day, which we will be having the Negril campus wearing blue and our Montego Bay wearing the yellow to differentiate. We will also be planning our games night, movie night, and our back to school function. And we will also be going out to feed the poor. So while we are in high gear, we ask for your support and participation so that we do not write off, but create history in fun and enjoyment while reinvigorating our mind, body, and soul in relaxation and rejuvenation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Student Senate. Sounds like there are a lot of activities planned and fun activities, relaxation, rejuvenation. I could do with some of that.
You're quite right about that, Marlene.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to share with you at this time a little bit about the students' academic journey. And students here at Western Hospitality Institute, they have to do languages as part of their studies. And so today we're going to be presenting in the languages that are taught at WHI, and those are English, French, and Spanish. And so their journey is going to reflect just that. Mr. Nathan Gale is down to read in English on behalf of the associate degree students who are graduating today. We have Mr. Blaine Anthony Daly, who will read in English on behalf of the bachelor's degree students who are graduating today. And Mr. Daly's speech will be translated in French and Spanish and read by his classmates, Antoinette Aird, who's going to be reading in Spanish, and Mr. Carlos Blum, who is going to be reading in French. And, you know, up to 2019, just before COVID-19, each year for the past 15 years, I'll have you know that all WHI bachelor's degree students would have traveled to French Canada, Quebec, or Montreal to be immersed in French as a second language. And we live in such a global world that is just a wonderful competency to have.
Yes, and Marlene, I just want to add that the associate degree students would go to Pocamaimo, which is, of course, one of the finest hospitality school in Santo Domingo. Mr. Vass would have benefited from that. They actually chartered airplanes to fly their students in and for us to fly our students to Santo Domingo, where they're immersed in Spanish as a second language. We're going to ask them all of you, please come to the stage now and read accordingly to the program. Could you all come to the stage?
So we start with Nathan, then Blaine Anthony, then Antoinette, and then Carlos,
Please.
in that order.
Yes.
All right. All right. Dr. Bryant, the principal of Asile Hospitality Consulting Group. Good evening to you. Alumni Chairman, Mr. Earl Tucker, Alumni Chairman of the USA. Good evening to you as well. Dr. Ramjeet, Principal, of the, I actually forgot. Where is she? Knox College, right? I was about to say Marcus Garvey. Is tip? Oh, sorry. Did not see that. All right. Dr. Tony Bryant, I mentioned him. No? Yes, no? All right. Dr. Cecil Cornwall, Executive Chairman of WHI. Ms. Hannah Gouda, Vice President of Hocking College. Reverend Miranda Sutherland, that's the Anglican priest in Canada. WHI board members, WHI faculty members as well. Mr. Damani Column that just spoke just now, the president of the Student Senate. Distinguished guests, graduates, families and friends, and our virtual audience, pleasant good evening. All right, it is with great privilege that I stand here this evening to share with you some fond memories and challenges we would have had faced over a journey for our associate degree. It has been quite a journey. I must say, I'm not sure if all will agree. Having joined this program, it has allowed me, and I'm not sure everybody else, as I mentioned, it has tested my capabilities, and allowed me to gain a sense of achievement, right? Leading up to this point where we all should be proud as graduates. For the majority, beginning this journey represented a brand new experience in your life, right? Not for all of us, I'm not sure. Starting degree, registering for the courses. We all may have different questions in our head, whether if we're ready for the courses to be, starting them, what each course contain, am I able to manage them, right? These are some of the questions we would all ask yourself, if not all. Now, one of my most memorable moments would have been coming to Somerset, where I would have met my fellow classmates, to which at that point I would have only met them virtually, where we would have communicated, right? Now, coming to the Somerset Resort, this brought us together as associate degree students and bachelor's degree students to develop a strong team to lead and manage each department within the resort. At this time, it would have become really stressing for some students. And one of the things that would have run through our head is, man, me can't bother, right? Now, with the training that we would have all gotten at the resort, can is no longer, or should no longer be in our vocabulary, right? Now, we all, with different eras within our associate degree, would have had different experiences, would have all had different challenges. Now, I'm just gonna be sharing briefly one of the experiences from the batch of 2018 to 2020 associate degree students, which include Mr. Damani Column, Miss Antoinette Aird, and Mr. Ronaldo Campbell. Now, one of their most memorable moments would have been planning for an expo, which would have been a part of their marketing and sales examination. Now, they would have went all out for this event, and they would have put their knowledge and skills developed from this noble institution. Through many challenges that they would have faced, they pushed through and they would have completed their associates. And now they're looking to graduate from their bachelors. Y'all can give them a round of applause. Now, WHI has been blessed to actually have another batch of Mushet students graduating, well, they would have started in 2020. Now, as I mentioned, each era would have had their different experiences and their different challenges. Now, Miss Aird's group would have had opportunities to basically build themselves and explore. However, for the 2020 batch at Mushet, they would have started in the time of COVID. So they haven't had that much experience in terms of exploring, developing, but they're here now amongst you guys as graduates. You guys can give them a round of applause as well. Now, congratulating all of you guys as well in completing your degrees within such a time period of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now we've all made it this far, and I hope we all can continue just the same. Now, for those who are looking to continue into your bachelor's, really a round of applause to you guys, because we've already made it this far. I'm not sure if you guys are really thinking of going to the bachelor's. It may seem hard, but we will persevere, and we will continue to build on ourselves and build on knowledge into further commitment, right? Just really want to also mention a few other schools that WHI has gone through, which is Rhodes Hall High School, Anchovy. You all can add to it if I'm missing anybody. So I have Rhodes Hall, I have Anchovy High School, and I have Froome Technical High. Now these students would have completed their HTMP program respectively at these high schools. Also want to mention Mr. Delian and Ms. Jodian Carty, who would have started their associate degree with WHI here in Jamaica and would have gotten the opportunity to complete the rest of their studies at Hawking College, right? Where they would have then further to matriculate into their bachelor's with WHI. And with all this said, I would like to congratulate each and every one of us this evening for making it this far on your journey and for making it tonight. Those who are able to join us virtually, those who are able to join us here presently, I would like to say very well done and all the best in your future endeavors, and hope we continue to be wonderful and great. Good evening.
Good evening, distinguished members of the audience and my fellow graduates and their guests. As my schoolmates said earlier, we all have different journeys and we all have a different task to take on that gets us to the accomplishments that we want. So I will start by sharing my journey, my personal journey that happened with the bachelor's. It was Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu who said, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step." Ladies and gentlemen, I adhere to the protocols that have already been established. Before I start, I would like to thank Dr. Cecil Cornwell and his servant leadership and coming through for us always. I asked all graduates to stand up and join me in giving this titan of a man a round of applause, please. My journey to graduation from Western Hospitality was hardly conventional. It had its fair share of turns, trials, tribulations, and obstacles, but they all led me to self-discovery and walking across this stage today. I wouldn't have done it any other way. We all have a journey to live and I learn from. Before I go into any more details, remember we're all students of time and are always learning, and patience is a virtue. The journey was not easy. It was filled with many sleepless nights, exhaustion, but where there is a will, there's a way. I am not able to speak for all my fellow classmates, but I can address the experience I had, and maybe a few of my students and even members of the audience may be able to relate. It all started with my international pursuits of hospitality and tourism, and my rooming with the great Mr. and Mrs. Carty. Big up yourselves. As you also graduate today, I must convey my sincerest gratitude for your companionship, understanding, and your heartfelt motivation. Without which, I may not have stand here today, or I may not have even started my bachelor's. Though my introduction to the degree was swift, the beginning of my pursuits of a bachelor's was typical. I was a decent student of my knowledge and tried my best to get respectable grades. After classes picked up and the submission dates got closer, things started to get more difficult and challenging. My every move from then until now had to be calculated and calendared. Because of time constraints of my pursuits, it required a serious balancing of the scales with work, teaching assignments, and pursuing a Hawking associate degree simultaneously to the WHI program. This meant giving up all recreational time and sludging through each weekend, even as we battled with vagaries of the weather. This resulted in me not only feeling stressed and overwhelmed at times, but it taught me how to navigate the feelings of better results, or these feelings for better results. It is critical to note how we bounce back from our hardships. On a personal note, I have learned several lessons this year. Not everything happens to us, happens because of us. I am now more than ever before understand the 3 Ps that I have misunderstood in the past and taken for granted. Personalization. This is taking responsibility for an outcome. Perseverance. Whether you believe an event will affect all areas of your life and how to ensure that it doesn't. And 3, permanence. How long you think the negative and the positive feelings will last. This experience has taught me losing things doesn't mean you're a loser. A lot of the times when we lose things, we gain things too. Today, I know I'm a winner, and you all are too. During the pursuit of my bachelor degree, I also learned that there's some other valuable life lessons that will most definitely make the foundation on which I would have to build my future. The importance of commitment, stick-to-itiveness, time management, and to have a great, genuine support system around you is of most importance. In closing, I take this opportunity to congratulate all the graduates and to all those persons you know yourself who have helped me along the way. I could not have done this without your support and your belief in me. With help, boost my confidence, morals, and got me through when it got tough. God bless you all, and a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year when it comes.
Antoinette is going to be reading in Spanish.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas tardes. Graduarse de la clase de 2020 viajes de licenciatura. Presidente, Dr. Cecil Cornwall. Miembros del equipo ejecutivo de gestión, miembros de la facultad y la administración, invitados especiales, graduando, familia, amigos y nuestra audiencia virtual, una agradable noche para todos ustedes. Mi viaje a la graduación de la institución occidental de la hospitalidad era difícilmente convencional. Tenía su parte gusto de vueltas, juicios, tribulaciones y obstáculos. Pero todos me llevaron el autodescubrimiento y caminando a través de esta etapa, y yo no hubiera tenido de otra manera. Todos tenemos un viaje para vivir y aprender de él. Antes de entrar en más detalles, recuerde que todos somos estudiantes del tiempo y siempre estamos aprendiendo, y la paciencia es una virtud. El viaje no fue fácil. Estaba lleno de muchas noches sin dormir y agotamiento, pero donde hay voluntad, hay una manera. Puedo que no pueda hablar por todos mis compañeros de clase, pero puedo abordar la experiencia que tuve y tal vez algunos de los estudiantes e incluso miembros de la audiencia puedan relacionarse. De mi lista de compañeros de clase, siendo la clase de 2021, nosotros también teníamos nuestros justos cuartos de altibajos. Fue una gran sensación para nosotros haber unido el programa de licenciatura aquí en el Instituto de Hospitalidad Occidental. Semestre 1, fuimos la cabeza fuerte y sobresaliente en nuestra asignación. No mucho también después, entramos en el segundo semestre. donde todo viene estrellándose en nosotros. Prácticas casi todos los fines de semana en las clases de metodología de investigación. Con el trabajo en equipo haciendo que el sueño funcione, llegamos victoriosos. No solo aprendimos a trabajar en equipo, sino también individualmente. Personalmente, puedo decir que estar en la asistencia y trabajar para este instituto me ha enseñado mucho. He aprendido cómo tratar correctamente con la gente, entenderla y ayudar a la mujer mejor que puedo. Me enseñó paciencia, resistencia y largo sufrimiento. En todo, es seguro decir, estoy más adelante en el desarrollo de una misma que estaba detrás entonces. Durante la búsqueda de la licenciatura, también aprendí algunas otras lecciones valiosas de la vida de que lo más efectivamente posible harán la fundación, en la cual construyo mi futuro. La importancia del compromiso, la gestión del tiempo, la lectura para nuestros grados y el apoyo genuino de la familia. Para terminar, aprovecho esta oportunidad para felicitar a todos los graduados y agradecer a todos los que nos ayudaron en el camino. No podríamos haber hecho esto sin su apoyo y confianza en nosotros. Felicitaciones a todos los graduados y que tengan una velada encantadora. Gracias.
Muy bien, muy bien.
Yeah. Well, as you can recognize, for all the persons like the MC, she walk, sleep, dream Spanish, and she's just there in awe. And Mr. Fitch, you must be very enamored by the fact that you see your students speaking so fluently in Spanish, because it's something that you believe in. And now we're going to the most difficult part, which is critical, and Carlos is going to be leading that aspect of it. Thank you.
Bonsoir, Madame et Monsieur, Dr. Combo, et distinguées personnes. On va parler maintenant de mon voyage ici avec l'étudiant et avec mon compagnon de ici. C'est la philosophie chinoise de Lao Tzu qui a dit les voyages de 1000 kilomètres commencent par une passe. Mesdames et messieurs, j'adhère au protocole qui ont déjà établi. Avant de commencer, j'aimerais remercier Dr. Cecil Conwo pour son leadership au service de autres pour être toujours ici pour nous et pour nous avoir donné l'occasion, comme aucune autre école d'industrie touristique, d'entendre qui étudiants en prendre en charge de son hôtel. Before I continue speaking in French, I would like to say thank you very much, Dr. Combo, to giving us the opportunity to every student, not at any hotel industry in tourism, gave us to the opportunity to students to take care of this hotel. Thank you very much, Dr. Combo. Please stand up for this Titanic person over here. D'accord. Mon parcours vers l'obtention de mon diplôme de Western Hospitality Institute n'a pas été conventionnel. Il y a un juste par autour de pouvoir de tribulation d'obstacles. Mais il y a un monde de conduite de découverte de soi et à la marche à travers cette étape. Et je ne l'aurais pas fait autrement. Nous avons tous un voyage à vivre, à prendre avant d'être dans les détails. Rappelez-vous que nous sommes des étudiants de temps et que nous apprenons toujours et que la patience est une vertu. Le voyage n'a pas été facile. Il a été rempli de nombreuses nuits blanches et d'épuisement, mais là où il y a une volonté, il y a une mangeant. Je ne pourrais peut-être pas parler au nom de mes camarades de classe, mais je peux parler de l'expérience que j'avais et peut-être quelques-unes des étudiants même de membres et les autorités pouvant s'identifier. Tout a commencé avec mes activités internationales d'hôtelière et de tourisme et les expériences que nous avons vécues cette année avec l'école de l'hôtel. Sans l'expérience que je ne serai pas ici avec vous tous, ici présent, et pour cela, je tiens à vous remercier. Eh bien, pour mon introduction au diplôme a été rapide. Le début de mon perçu d'un degré de bachelor était assez typique. J'étais un étudiant de centre à mes connaissances et j'ai fait de mon mieux pour tout obtenir des notes respectables. Après que les cours ont repris et que les dates de soumission se sont rapprochées, les choses ont commencé à devenir plus difficiles. Chacun de mes mouvements, depuis jusqu'à aujourd'hui, devra être calculé et calendré. En raison des contraintes de temps pour mes activités, il y a fallu un sérieux équilibre de la balance avec le travail, les tâches d'enseignement et le programme WHI. C'est la signification reconnaissance à tout temps de l'heure et de travail chaque week-end. Cela m'a seulement fait me sentir stress et dépassé parfois, mais cela m'a pris à naviger dans ce sentiment pour de meilleurs résultats. Il y a un sentier de noter comment nous répondons après les difficultés sur une note personnelle. J'ai appris plusieurs leçons. Tout ce qui nous arrivait à cause de nous. Maintenant, plus jamais, je comprends 3 mots que j'avais mal compris et j'avais appris pour acquis. Personnalisation. Assumer la responsabilité personnelle d'un résultat. 2. Omniprésence. Si vous croyez qu'un mouvement affectera tous les domaines de votre vie, et comment vous assure qu'il ne la fera pas. Et 3. Permanence. Combien de temps prenez-vous les sentiments négatifs et positifs de rendre? Cette expression m'a appris que perdre des choses ne signifiait pas que vous étiez perdant. La plupart du temps, quand nous perdons des choses, nous gagnons d'autres aussi. Aujourd'hui, Je suis des gagnants. En terminé, je profite de l'occasion pour féliciter tous les diplômants et remercier toutes les personnes, vous connaissant vous-même, qui m'ont doit tout au long de mon parcours. Je n'aurais pas pu le faire sans votre assistance et votre confiance en moi. C'est qui m'a aidé à renforcer ma confiance et mon moral lorsque les choses se sont compliquées. Que Dieu vous bénisse tout et un joyeux Noël et une bonne année quand il vient. Merci beaucoup.
You know, Mrs. Daly, it's rather interesting that, you know, as he read the, you know, I didn't understand the word, but our principal from our guest speaker, Dr. Ramjeet, was saying, he's calling your name, stand. And I'm saying, obviously they're not getting it. They just wanted to get through the course. You notice when it was Spanish, they all cheered because they understood more, but they will tell you that French was rather interesting. They just wanted to pass it. Yes, Mrs. Daly.
I gather it was quite a challenge.
Yeah.
But let me just thank Nathan, Gail, Blaine Anthony Daly, Antoinette Aird, and Mr. Carlos Blum for sharing with us their journey through this program. Thank you very much, lady and gentlemen.
And I think we have Mr. Scott coming to close their presentation, right?
I believe Mr. Scott is coming to perform for us. I believe the children are our future. And as he comes, Audley, where are you?
Mr. Scott.
Immediately following, we will have our student of the year.
Yes.
We will meet that student of the year.
I think it's Antoinette. Antoinette, don't go too far.
Yes, it's Antoinette Aird. So Antoinette, don't go too far.
I guess we'll just move to Antoinette since Mr. Scott.
Well, let me share with you the criteria for the
Student
of the Year award. This award goes to a student who exudes strong academic capabilities and discipline, even though the student may not be an A student. The student must have the ability to maintain above average academic capabilities and maintain sound extracurricular activities related to the school and personal community. The student must also display a balance between academics and extracurricular activities. And that's a little bit about the Student of the Year award. And I believe she is standing by. Perhaps we could go straight
we'll
to
just
her.
have her go ahead and
then we'll have
Mr. Scott.
Indeed. So ladies and gentlemen.
Let our Student of the Year feel welcome.
Antoinette Aird.
Antoinette Aird.
And she will now make her presentation.
Buenas noches. Again. All right. First, I would love to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for his keeping mercies on the journey. I would like to thank everyone at the Shinobi Institute who would have sat together in their decision in selecting me for this prestigious award. Furthermore, I would indeed have to thank my family, they're on this side, for their continued support and love. I am without a doubt that my mother, who is no longer here with us, who would have been celebrating her birthday today, would be extremely proud of this journey I would have worked so hard for. Again, I'd like to thank each and everyone who contributed in my journey. Thank you so much.
Antoinette, please remain.
Dr. Ramjeet. Oh. Dr. Ramjeet, could you join us, Mr. Bassel, too, in presenting?
Yes, Mr. Eladio
The
Vassel, please
Student
come.
of the Year. The Student of the Year Award to
Miss Aird.
Miss Aird. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Now she get to show off her dress.
Que Dios le bendiga.
Good. Mrs. Scott is going to be doing these songs are specially selected. And he is going to be doing I Will Leave the Children Our Future. And then we will move to
Or valedictorian's
our
address.
Yes, yes, yes. So as Mr. Scott get ready, we're going to be asking our valedictorians to prepare themselves. Mrs. Daly, this is an historic moment, you know.
Indeed,
I was
it
just
is.
watching this, I was just watching CNN, and there's a twin that has just sued University of California, South California, because they're twins. And they would have ended up, they were doing medicine, and they ended up with the exact scores. And the university said they cheated, and they took the university to court. And with statistical data, they were able to have won millions of dollars from the university. But we're very, it's an interesting night that is lined up for our valedictorian,
Yes.
which is history making.
Yes, and we'll tell them
History
more.
making.
We'll tell you more right after we hear from Mr. Audley Scott. Put your hands together for him.
I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my need. A lonely place to be. So I've learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, please don't leave us all. Believe no matter what they take from me, can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. And I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest. I believe the children are our future. Let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. If we give them a sense of pride to make it easier, let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, succeed. At least I'd live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. And I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all. It's easy to achieve, yeah, when you're learning to love yourself. It is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that we've been dreaming of leads you to a lonely place and find your strength in love.
Woo-hoo, okay. I wasn't sure if I was on mic. Hooting for Mr. Orley Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, your president alluded to the twins who sued that university because they got the same grades and they were told that they cheated. Well, we have a similar situation here at WHI, and we know they didn't cheat, right? But this couple, valedictorian male, valedictorian female, took on their academic journey together. They recently graduated last week, in fact, December 10, from Hocking College, USA, where they both graduated with honors degrees. And they created history to become the first married couple in the history of this institution, this 30-odd year history, to have graduated with this most prestigious academic award as valedictorian. Ladies and gentlemen, they received separate averages in classes in their different courses, but when calculated by the academic department, they both ended up with the same grade point average, the same GPA. And so they're here with us this evening, standing tall, not just as husband and wife, but as male and female valedictorian from the class of 2022. Please put your hands together and make welcome Mrs. Jody Ann Dias-Carty and Mr. DeLeon Carty. Here they come. A proud moment for them both.
And Madam Master, Madam Chair, we should also point out that they are from two different academic backgrounds. Jodian being from all girls, one of our all girls elite school, being Westwood High School for girls, and Junior DeLeon being from the purpose and reason why WHI was born, to help disenfranchised kids who did not have CXCs and O level. And to have seen him challenge his wife, not only in a very white institution in America to graduate with honors, and to have challenged his wife to have graduated here, top of the class with her, is indeed an accomplishment. Please let him feel welcome. For a young man who would have left high school without CXCs, to stand before you to address you with his wife is miracle making. Over to you.
Metacognition, I'm sorry.
Breathe.
Madam Program Chairperson, Mrs. Marlene Stevens Sedali, JP, Dr. Diane Williams Bryant, Western Hospitality Institute Board Chairman, I'm sorry. Dr. Tony Bryant, husband of Diane Bryant, Dr. Cecil Cornwall, Executive Chairperson of WHI, Dr. Davia Ramjeet, Principal of Knox Community College, Miss Anna Guada, Vice President of Hawking College, that's in the USA, Reverend Miranda Sutherland of the Anglican Priests located in Canada, Mr. Earl Tucker, Chairman of WHI Association located in the US, WHI board members present on location and virtual, WHI faculty members, Mr. Demani Cullum, President of the Student Senate, to our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, graduates, soon to be graduates in person and virtual, family, friends, and well-wishers, both in person and virtual. A warm good evening. It may always seem impossible until it is done. And I repeat, it may always seem impossible until it is done. Dr. Seuss once said, "You have a brain in your head, you have feet in your shoes, and you can steer yourself in any direction you choose. You are on your own. And you know what? You know. You are the guy or female who decides where to go. Success doesn't come to you. You got to it." There's a good reason they call these ceremonies commencement exercises. Graduation is not the end. It is the beginning. To say that we are humbled to address this forum would be an understatement. What a beautiful day. Well, it is night now, or evening, to come together to celebrate under the umbrella of cherishing success. History has brought us here today through a long, winding trip that can only be defined by the faithful as a miracle.
Now I'm about to share, we are about to share.
Hello.
Are you hearing me?
Good.
Awesome. So again, good evening, everyone. We're about to share a story, which I believe that most of us will be able to relate to. And this is my story. I started my associate degree program with no institution. With this no institution in hospitality associate degree at Hawking College in Ohio, the United States. Positioned myself after completing this associate. I began to reflect on my journey from high school. Of course, that is the Westwood High School for Girls, to tertiary education, of which I had started 10 years ago with CASE, the College of Agricultural Science and Education. And due to unavoidable circumstances, I was not able to complete at that time. 10 years. That has been a long pause to pursue my academic dreams. This prompted a conversation with Dr. Cornwall about whether I could earn my bachelor's degree in hospitality and tourism management while I was studying abroad. Balancing studies as a career professional has been very challenging over the last few years, especially since I was pursuing an associate degree with Hocking College, again in the United States of America, and completing the Bachelor's of Science degree with Western Hospitality Institute virtually in Jamaica. I found myself having to strategically create a balance with all courses for both programs via careful review and planning. I have to admit that in the beginning, it was a challenge, and I found myself questioning, which I think that most of us do sometimes. Is it possible to achieve what most people would deem impossible? Am I capable or even brave enough for this journey? I had to make the decision to either be defeated or achieve the impossible. It is true. It is true. People do not decide to become extraordinary. They decide to do and accomplish extraordinary things. You must first expect great things of yourselves before you can do them. You were designed for accomplishment, engineered for success, and endowed with the seeds of greatness.
Now,
You're good.
now, no matter how many mistakes you make or how slow you progress, you are still way ahead of everyone who isn't trying. This is a journey of accomplishments that I am still somehow astonished that I have achieved. Let me share with you just a little short story of mine. Well, I'm a past student of Claude McKay High School, and that's located in Top Clarendon, for those of you who don't know. And I could remember my first year when I just started high school, and I went to the principal's office to register. And I watched the principal as she browsed through my documents, and she looked to me and she said, "Young man, have you seen your grades? What are you doing here?" And I said to her, "If I am here, that means this is where I should be." I did not fully understand the message at that time. And I've now come to realize that my time at the school did not fully impacted my high school tenure positively. For some of the reason to say that, I can recall my principal of accounts teacher telling me that I should not return to her class because I could not afford the required stationaries for that class. Guess what? I did just that. That was the last time that teacher saw me in that class. My math teacher, as if that was not enough, my math teacher told me also that I wouldn't become somebody of accomplished structure in society. Look at me now, the valedictorian. Here, standing with my wife, my lovely wife, but I can say wife because both being a proud graduate of Hocking College and now WHI, both with honors. It's never too late for a shower friend, my mom would say. This particular journey has taught me the tenacity to be totally committed.
There are times when we would be at school and we feel so overwhelmed because of the assignments, the meetings, classes to lecture, and the work that had to be all balanced by the end of the week. And remember, that is for every week since we have started that this journey.
No weekends.
Yeah, no weekends. Talk about getting acquainted with scheduling and mastering it too. The demand of self-application to pass all courses became strenuous and imperative. Some required a lot more attention than others. For example, let us reflect on research methodology.
Research.
Philosophy, both lectured by Dr. Cecil Cornwall. And of course, not to forget, financial management. Financial management by Mr. Malcolm. Talk about sleepless nights. Kindly mention an overdose of energy drinks, Blaine. And of course, not to forget the endless Zoom meetings in wanting to ensure that you get it right, or God forbid, you hear the term. It needs more work. I also want to highlight that the same effort, and this is true, the same effort that we put in passing these courses as bachelor students and for other graduating programs, we got the same support from our lecturers and our mentors.
Now, let's talk about research methodology. I remember for our first chapter, that's chapter 1, we all were so sure of our presentation. The excitement that flows through us when we started sharing. And once we were done, Dr. Cornwall would grade us and you would hear 2 out of 5 for creativity, 0.5 out of 5 for application of knowledge, 3 out of 5 for content, and 2.5 for structure. And then he would say, this needs more work, or go work on it. Many times, Dr. Cornwall would be on a Zoom call with us until 2 a.m., 3 a.m. sometimes. You know, that's 4 a.m. when we were back in the States. Throughout the completion of the paper, just to ensure that we get it. Sometimes, some of us just don't get it. Philosophy, man, that was something else. This course had allowed us to tap into the side of our philosophical ideology, making us feel vulnerable, developing our own perception of life, amongst other things. Think great, because this world needs great thinkers. Be great, because this world needs great people. Dr. Cornwall has been not only an inspiration, a role model, and mentor, but also served as a man who took pride in his work, educating the minds of the Jamaican youth and seniors who would then be charged in creating a better future for the younger generation. What a great man he is. Give him a round of applause. In our last semester, that's the final leg, we met a course called Financial Management. We call that course the FinMan. It has its own personality. We would ask the lecturer, sir, could you please go over that section for clarity? And he would reply, don't worry about it, man. We will get back to it. Moving right along. You better move along with it. Otherwise, it will move right along without him. And this, of course, had taught us that this world will not wait for you. you better get it. Some of us had to realize that we are financially pregnant and wanted to have a financial abortion. It is like getting pregnant today and having the child tomorrow. Just get rid of it. Thank you. Anyways, move along. Let's pause. That's fine. Let's pause.
Let us pause just to acknowledge Denisha and Shelley Kelly for being the strength and to drive and pull the group together and being an inspirational and motivational coach in overcoming especially financial management class. To Karen, Mr. Karen, who has been that person who can always call on whenever there's a job to get done. We call you, Mr. Karen, the balancer.
The balancer.
Horain, always been remembered for, but why?
Why,
but
sir?
why, sir? Patria, we could always count on you for bringing us back to the student handbook, version 8, keeping us on our toes. Carlos, your favorite statement. What did you say, sir? Blaine, of course. Call you or Google scientist. For the other parts of for the other persons in a part of our program that really made, a mark in our memories. Thema, Camille, Dimitri, Darnell, Keisha, Winston, we have now come to recognize as our musical star. We want to express, and of course, to all the other graduates, and we want to express that all memories will be embedded in our hearts.
We will never forget the eloquence of our public speaking lecturer, Mrs. Marlene Stevens Sodali. Always reinforcing the proper pronunciation, enunciation of words with such a poise and elegance. It's always a pleasure for most of us, if not all of us, heading virtually to public speaking classes, to be taught by the master of the art, Mrs. Daly. Thank you, Mr. Vassell. You reinforce time management for all our classes. When our path crosses on the campus of Hawking College, you would always say, "You up to date with your schoolwork yet?" For most of us, you made us better time managers, as you were always on time before most of us, if not all of us. Give Mr. Vassell a round of applause, please. We also would want to take the opportunity to thank the Vice President of Hawking College, Ms. Anna Guada, for her accessibility and assisting us no matter the situation and that presents itself.
Hindrances can occur that may cause us to be reluctant in pursuing our dreams, losing self-confidence and pertinacity. But remember, start by doing what's necessary, then do what's possible. And suddenly, you're doing the impossible. We had to overcome our challenges, Schoology with the timed assessments and the discussions, in-class presentations, and of course, completing our practicum hours and assuming our roles in which we were, whichever managerial position that we were placed. Some of us got the opportunity to lecture and others occupied roles as members of staff. And again, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge Miss Antoinette Aird. It is my philosophical belief that having hope in something puts me in a position to just be waiting for something to happen. So faith triggers waiting, just hope, hope, triggers waiting. But having faith moves me towards action, but never forget, faith without work is dead. We stand here this evening together, proud of being a part of the graduating class of 2022, acknowledging our hard work, sacrifices, and education. And our dedication has paid off. Frank Clark once said, if you find a path without obstacles and challenges, it probably doesn't lead to anywhere.
And today, we are here not only to share with you our experiences, our challenges, but also our successes, and most importantly, our vision. What we can say is that this all such a versatile chapter of our lives, yet one of the most phenomenal journeys. Arthur Ashe said, success is a journey, not a destination. The doing is often more important than the outcome. My fellow graduates, remember that our future success depends on what we do now. Success is the only option. Everything starts with our minds, our thought processes, our attitudes, and tenacity are essential essential attributes towards success. Failure is the opposite of success. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is a part of success. And this we prove through our tenure at WHI.
I know it seems like it's a long speech, so we're about to close. So finally, to all you graduates and fellow batchmates sitting in front of us, with whom we have shared many fond memories with, we have faith that as we end this chapter of our lives, we're also ready to start a new life. We open our hearts and our minds to only anticipate the very best, by persevering and having a resilient approach towards all things. Class of 2022, let us charge ourselves today to pursue our dreams vigorously. When it comes to self, we are limitless. I want to thank our mothers for praying and being our backbone throughout our lives, especially for this journey. We want to express our gratitude to both Hocking College and Western Hospitality Institute for providing the opportunity to grow academically and in other aspects of our lives. A big thank you to all members of staff of both institutions, schoolmates, classmates. It has been awesome sharing these experiences with you. Thank you to our family members and friends for being supportive, to our mentors, the alumni board who have been an inspiration to ourselves for pursuing our dreams and believing, most importantly, believing. I want to extend a big thank you to our creator, Dr.
Now is the time for metacognition.
Dr. Cecil Cornwall.
I need to read. I need to read.
I want to extend a big, well-deserved thank you to you, sir. To say this, I promised myself one credit, but it's okay. To say this journey would have been possible without your admirable guidance. Accomplish what we have done today and celebrating would not be true. It would have then been deemed a mission impossible. It would have. I know for a fact that most, if not all, students would agree that WHI, your baby, not only provide opportunities for a better future, but it also saves lives. It is an honor, sir, to be able to express our gratitude and our appreciation for your hard work and dedication. A man who truly understands the meaning of being selfless. A big thank you.
And finally, keep your belief positive, because your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habit your habits become your values, and your values become your destiny. And remember, my fellow graduates, if you should fall forward. Thank you.
Wow.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our valedictorians, Delion Carty and Jodianne Dias Carty. Well done and congratulations.
Yes. And Mrs. Scott will now do the closure for that. Not Mrs. Scott, Mr. Bartley will now do the.
He was mentioned as the resident entertainer.
Yes.
So let's hear from him.
Mr. Bartley, one of our students, and also the entertainment manager for Hedonism too.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We hope and trust everyone. Luminaries, Mrs. Marlene Stevenson Daly. Give her a round of applause. Ooh, hey, yeah. It might have appeared to go unnoticed, but I've got it wrapped up in my heart. I want you to know I know the truth. Of course I do. My life would be rubbish without you. Oh, you ever know that you're my hero? You're everything I would like to be, and I can fly higher than an eagle. You are the wind beneath my wings. Ooh, it must have been cold there in my shadows to never have sunlight on your face. You were content to let me shine, that's your will. You always walk a step behind. Yes, I was the one with all the strength. Only a face without a name. I never was.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just sat here and I thought that you, the graduates, as he sing, you need to dedicate this to your parents. Hug them. He will sing it. You need to walk out there and hug them. Go ahead. Start from the top.
Yes. So tell your parents thank you. It must have been cold there in my shadow. Jesus. You were content to let me shine, that's your way. You always walk a step behind. Yeah. See, I was the one with all the glory, and you were the one with all the strength. Only a face without a name for so long. A beautiful smile to hide the pain. Whoa, did you ever know you're my hero? Yeah. You're everything, yeah, like to be. Fly higher than an eagle. Whoa, you are the wind beneath my wing.
It looks like we got disconnected.
That would not be a good thing.
It looks like we got disconnected. Let me send a message to see if just to let them know.
Yes, please. That would not be a good thing. Oh, Lord.
It looks like we got let me send a message to see if just to let them know.
and have shown improvement in their ability to lead. The principal, president, and the executives decide who receives this award. And we have, I believe, 7 awardees.
Good. We're going to ask Ms. Marshall Johnson, our principal, along with Ms. Anna Guada, our vice president from Hopkins College, to join us on stage to present the principal list awardees. The principal list awardees, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, Mrs. Daly read the criteria. Please join us on stage for the presentation. You may go ahead with the names.
We have Karen Moses.
Karen Moses.
We'll ask Karen to just move the lectern when he comes.
Yeah. Good. Yes. Karen works very hard and be in the picture. Just a minute. Hello, just a minute. The VP needs to be involved. Go ahead. Good. So for Karen Moses, please give him a round of applause. Karen exudes leadership and worked very hard. Thank you.
Jody Ann Dias-Carty.
Our valedictorian. Good, our valedictorian is a part of the president list. Awardee. The student must have a very good attitude. It's not just about academics. It could be brilliant, but your attitude could be off. So therefore, you want to have leadership and the kind of attitude to achieve that.
Congratulations, Jody. Antoinette Aird.
Yes, Antoinette. Antoinette is a very hardworking student academically, and of course, exude a very strong level of leadership. And of course, has manners. Has manners. Your parents taught you well.
And Granny would say manners carry you through the world.
Manners carry through the world, exactly.
Thank you, Antoinette. Congratulations to you. Damani Callum.
Yes, Damani. Good. Good. I must say Damani is one of the very few young men, Mrs. Daly and audience, that I must say, is your mother here? Where's his mom? Please stand and be acknowledged. Let me tell you something. You have done as a single parent a very good job growing your child with very strong values. It's very hard to find young men whose values are so strong. And, you know, I said, I really want to thank his mother for the work she has done in growing him up. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Damani.
Very focused, very mannerable, strong values.
Jamal Reeves Sneed.
Jamal is joining us virtually. He's our American student. Jamal, are you there?
I'm here, sir.
We'll accept on his behalf.
Yes, but Mr. Technician.
Oh.
Virtual, is Mr. Jamal Reeve-Sneed present? He is. Are we hearing him?
Can you hear me?
Jamal, like Anna, has never visited Jamaica. He's fully American and is very disappointed that he couldn't be here with us. Well, Anna is here, but never visited, but now here. Yes. Jamal, can we hear him? Is he there?
I'm here, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you speak up loudly?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Are you hearing us?
Yes, I can.
Well, you have made it to the prestigious president principal list. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we will accept on your behalf, Jamal, as we move now to Denisha Matthews-Reed.
Denisha Matthews-Reed, the woman who embodies a straight A, never deviates, a trained teacher by profession, teaches at the Montego Bay High School for Girls, and very humble, very, very hardworking. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Denisha. And Nathan Gale is up next. Nathan Gale.
Is Nathan around? Nathan Gale? Good.
He was here earlier. Yes.
Good. Nathan is one of those hardworking students at the associate degree level who works in recruitment with Mr. Young, Darius, and most of you going overseas would have to deal with Nathan. Very hardworking young man, very disciplined. Congratulations. Is that it?
I believe that is it.
Thank you
That
very
is
much,
the list.
Madam Principal and Vice President.
Yes,
Thank
congratulations to all our awardees, President or Principal List awardees.
Good.
I believe our alumni are online.
Right, our alumni are online. You can start calling them. The first one.
Dr. Winsome Chuno.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you is Dr. Winsome Chuno online and ready to go. Dr. Winsome Chuno is the first WHI student to have earned a doctorate, and one of the students we would have sent to Hocking College. She now is a professor and a senior director. Yes, I'm not sure. Dr. Winsome Chuno is not online?
Dr. Cornwall, no, she is not. She's not able to make it because she's been having some technical difficulties.
Okay, so our chairman of the Alumni Association says she's having technical difficulty. Next.
Dr. Andrea White.
Students, could you please be seated to hear the charge from the alumni, your past students. Dr. Andrea White McNeil. Could you please be seated to hear the charge from the past WHI student? Is Dr. Andrea White McNeil present?
We should also be hearing from Professor Omar Smith, who is also a WHI graduate, now professor at Fanshawe College in Canada.
Right. Is Mr. Omar Smith there?
Yes, I am.
Good. Omar Smith, ladies and gentlemen, I will use to especially inspire the young men, is one of those students who we would have worked with Marlene and graduated with 3 CXC would have sent off to George Brown College in Canada, would have earned his diploma. Then, of course, went off to Houston Tillotson University, where he earned his bachelor's degree, first class honors. Amar was instrumental in working with WHI to bring a whole group of 25 students from WHI to do their bachelor's degree at Houston Tillotson University. And they all graduated with first class honors. He then went on to do his master's degree and is now a professor with Fanshawe College in Canada. Over to you, Mr. Smith, to deliver the charge to the graduate. The charge are very short.
Thank you, Mr. Cornwall, and thank you for presenting me with this opportunity. Now, graduating class of 2022, the opportunities that lie before you are incredibly rich and diverse. The changes taking place in the hospitality and tourism landscape, such as sustainability, consumer demand for local and authentic experiences, personalization in travel and in digital innovation, are reshaping traditional roles and creating new opportunities. The Caribbean hotel industry, and in particular, Jamaica's industry, has gained a tremendous respect over the world. And as we continue to set regional and international standards, our service professionals like yourself needs to be trained to be creative, innovative, and above all, service-oriented. It will be largely up to you, graduating class of hospitality leaders, to leverage the array of exciting opportunities that awaits. The Tourism Ministry of Jamaica is reporting 8,500 new rooms over the next 5 years. Graduating class from Western Hospitality Institute, this is a vote of confidence in your training, knowledge, skills, and abilities. We are convinced that your job readiness makes you uniquely poised to benefit from the wave of optimism and investment in the Jamaican landscape. However, you must also have a steely resolve in order to be successful. Your diplomas and degree programs were not some abstract, futile academic exercise. There was a deep and profound purpose to the rigor, and that, of course, comes with lofty expectations. Like the alumni who preceded you, it is now your turn to take your education and training and use it to serve your communities. A good community to start is getting involved in the WHI Alumni Association. And whether that community is in Negril, Ocho Rios, Montego Bay, or beyond the beautiful shores of Jamaica, you have the ability to turn moments into memories, and through your interactions with staff and guests, offer experiences of exceptional quality, bringing joy to locals and international visitors alike. Graduating class, you are Jamaica's greatest asset, Jamaica's hope for the future, but it is also a tremendous responsibility, and it's up to you to make the most of it all. Like myself and the others before you, I have no doubt that exactly what you will do. Congratulations and best of luck to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought I'm good at surprises, but I guess I'm out surprised tonight. We spoke about valedictorians. Of course, it's traditional for the brightest student. That's what happens in universities and colleges. But for me, the most prestigious award that I could ever give to a child or a student graduating here today is built on the fabric of what makes this institution. We started as a non-traditional institution working with students without CXCs and O-level to prove or to give them an opportunity. And this woman who flew in today to surprise me, Marlene, I'm totally shocked, to present the most prestigious award from WHI. I thought she was going to be doing it virtually. That the woman who blazed the trail without one CXCs, you'll now know the celebrity, the WHI celebrity, the woman who makes one of the most trusted journalists in Jamaica pride. A woman with, I'm speaking about Ian Boyd. Because I want to tell you, 40,000 kids graduate high school. 20,000 or 26,000 are displaced. They have no CXC or O-level. Many persons sitting here today, they don't have any. But this woman, without one CXC and the help of Hawking College before we became registered, was able to blaze the trail to move on to earn an associate degree, 2 associate degree in a white college, first class honors at Hawking. She then went on to challenge the system, and you know, the snobs were like, oh well, because they don't want to know anybody's up there with them. But this woman went on to Florida International University, that is ranked in the top 10 by the US Today World Report for Hospitality, and graduated first class honors. She didn't stop there. She went on to earn her master's or MBA with Nova Southeastern University. And the same college that rejected her, that she wanted to do her studies before she learned of WHI. We're speaking about Montego Bay Community College. She was supposed to go back there and become a lecturer because by then she had an MBA. She never stopped there. She then went on to do her doctorate, challenging the system, still have not one CXC in a very white elite university to become Dr. June Clark. May I have the honor of inviting Dr. Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, it just doesn't stop there. She then go on to be a professor with Delaware State University, thanks to Dr. D.N. Williams, who our chair, who made the recommendation at the time. Thank you, Dr. Williams. And now she stands as a program director. That's a story. That is a true WHI story. That is why I do what I do.
That's your why.
That's when I become frustrated, Dr. Hannah, and I said, I'm tired of the poverty. Too many poor students are around. It's just too much for me to carry. It is because of this woman and many others. And for today, I'm very, very proud. Because, you know, at the end of the day, they will tell me that the others, oh, they could have gone to the University of Technology, or they could have gone to UTech, but they couldn't tell me that about June. They couldn't tell me that about Francis. They can't tell me that about the Lion. They can't tell me that about many of you who are sitting there. No, they can't. Because the system would have failed you. So her daughter is here with us. And her daughter graduated from WHI and just completed her master's with Waldorf University. Where are you, Holly? Yes. in nursing administration. So at this particular time, even though she isn't dressed, she rushed to get here. We're going to invite her on stage to present the most prestigious award from WHI. And we're going to ask Mrs. Daly to read the criteria. Yes, John.
And this is the award for
who is going to take this award? Could you just read the June Clark Award, the criteria?
I'm trying to find it. Here you go. The Dr. June Clark Award is considered one of Western Hospitality Institute's most prestigious award because June emulates the core values on which this institution was built. June is also the trendsetter in making it possible for all those who came after, as she was in the first batch of management students who graduated from Western Hospitality Institute in 1991. June, a graduate of the Little London Secondary School in the parish of Westmoreland, graduated without CXC or O-levels. Her dream was, one day, I'd like to attend a tertiary institution. Lacking the necessary qualifications, she entered the hotel industry and worked as a cook in several hotels and restaurants across Jamaica's North Coast. Her quest for academic excellence pushed her to seek enrollment at a prominent public tertiary institution several years ago, where she was refused access. June had no CXCs or O-levels, but she learned of WHI and was enrolled in our diploma and food and beverage management program. Upon successful completion, she earned a scholarship through WHI and attended Hocking College, USA, where she graduated with 2 first-class honors degrees in culinary chef management and hotel and restaurant management. Based on her academic performance at Hocking, June sought a scholarship to Florida International University, FIU. FIU is ranked in the top 5 hospitality universities in the USA by the USA Today Gallup poll. She graduated from FIU with a Bachelor of Science degree, first-class honors in hospitality management. June returned to Jamaica and worked as a catering and food service manager at the Wyndham Rose Hall Hotel while pursuing a master's degree with Nova Southeastern University, Jamaica campus. She was later employed as a lecturer to the college that had refused her entry several years before, making her one of 3 Jamaican culinary educators with an executive chef background to hold a master's degree. She was also successful in earning the Certified Hospitality Educator, that's the CHE designation. CHE is the highest professional designation for hospitality educators in North America. She also earned her teacher's diploma from Vocational Training Development Institute, VTDI. Dr. June Clark, ladies and gentlemen, completed her doctoral studies at Oklahoma State University. The person who receives this award must display the determination and drive to achieve academic success. Such a person must display the right attitude and professionalism, thus striking a balance between academics and their full-time job in the tourism industry. And the award goes to...
Wow. 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 The awards goes, before I say that, Mr. Fitch, I want to acknowledge that June worked at Hedonism as a cook in her early years. Ladies and gentlemen, drum roll. The award goes to interesting. Dr. June Clark, mentee, the Lion Carty. And of course, DeLion would have mirrored Dr. Clark's pathway. Honors degree at Hockin, honors degree from WHI, and I'm sure will be shooting towards his master's. He's so excited.
Congratulations.
Isn't that interesting? Because Dr. Clark didn't know that DeLion was going to be, she didn't know. She didn't know. He asked her at Hockin College in June when they were there to be, to Dr. Clark to be his mentor. And interestingly, she's here surprising us. And okay. Okay, we might as well ask you, Dr. Clark, to now deliver the charge that you have for the graduates. Audley, can you just take this back? One, put it in the center.
Put it in the center. Pleasant surprise.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. All protocol observed. Hello, everyone. I'm happy and I'm excited to be here. I told DeLion and Jody that I'm going to try to make it, but don't tell you anything. And so the flight got delayed an hour and I kept looking at my watch and I'm like, God, I'm missing the graduation. It's the God you know best. So when I came, they said, it's still going on. I said, okay, I'm going to go right to the graduation. And so when I told Jody, she said, however you come dressed from the airport, you'll be looking okay. So that's fine. All right. So this evening, my charge to you, and see, I don't use mics. I think my voice is loud enough. Mr. Smith did a fantastic job, so I hope I can keep up with him. I was told to make it 2 minutes, and so I'm going to do my best. So graduating class of 2022. The wisest king throughout earth history admonish us in Proverbs 4, verse 7, that wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. So this means nothing in life is valuable as the wisdom to know and understand God's will and purpose for your life, and how to understand and respond correctly to obstacles and opportunities. Today, your graduating is a testament of the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding attained during your tenure at Western Hospitality Institute. I charge you today not to sit and what you have attained, but to step out in faith and commit yourself to making this world a better place as you cross and conquer new and existing frontiers. And as Mr. Simit said, I'm going to remind you, give back to community, and the first place to start is with your alma mater. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clark, for that pleasant surprise. Thank you.
Sure was. You got him.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did indeed. So,
is Miss Lawrence online?
Is it Legislator or Lawrence?
Well, General Manager from Rock House Hotel?
No, she's
okay.
She's not. She apologized. She sent her apology.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to
Dr.
do our
Cornwall.
final presentation so we can all get to dinner.
Oh, he can't hear me.
Yeah, so we're going to move a little bit faster now.
I think we're going to the degree section, I think.
We're at the presentation of graduates for graduation in the associate degree program.
Is Mrs. Scarlett around?
Mrs. Shalimar
And
Parkinson.
Mrs. Parkinson. Mrs. Parkinson is virtual.
Is it virtual?
Is Mrs. Parkinson there?
Miss Johnson, Miss Marshall Johnson, and Mr. Justice Scarlett.
Mr. Scarlett, could you please come? I know he's busy. Ms. Johnson, could you please join us?
So Mrs. Parkinson will give the
Right.
conferment online.
Yes.
Okay, and she's ready?
Yes,
Is
I
Mrs.
am.
Oh, she's there. She's very much there. Hi, Mrs. Parkinson. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Can we have some volume to Mrs. Parkinson? She is joining us virtually.
We need to hear her.
Yes.
And Principal Johnson, along with Mr. Scarlett, Vice Principal Acting,
Right.
will also join us. Mr. Scarlett, I'm here. Please join us on
Mr.
stage.
Scarlett is coming. I know he was in the going room. Our registrar is with us.
No noise at all. Are we ready?
Mrs. Parkinson, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The students presented to you today are candidates for the program Graduation to Walk. Graduation to Walk allows the student to attend the graduation ceremony, after which the student can apply for graduation from program, providing that they have successfully completed the prescribed requirements to complete the degree, some which are their resits and internship hours. Madam Principal, by the power vested in the pen and on the recommendation of the faculty for the School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, I now present to you the following students from the Associate of Science degree program with all rights and privileges under the law Graduation to Walk. They are Ronaldo McDonald, Chantal Reed, Brittany Miller, Sasha K. Henry, Charmaine Bigby Watson, Nordia Brissett, okay, Nathan Gale, Ronaldine Fullerton, Annika Ainsley, Jada Wolry, Shamar Wright, Ashley Service, Khadijah Dawkins, Bertina Stevens, Marshalyn King, Marcelie Minto, Jermaine Forrester, Thaima Colquhoun, Deandra Vassell, Anna-Kay Wilkinson, Zidane Salmon, Sasha K. Grant, Andre Campbell, Halton Gray, Felicia Brown, Jamal Reeves Sneed, Janelia Stubbs, Saskania Brown, Kareen Goodwill, Keneal McFarlane, Shamil Jackson, Tiffany Aitman, Deston Smith, Abigail Cottrell, Okino Jackson, Shane Gray, Danae Beadle, Jamar Scott, Rashane Evans, Senara Chambers, Dino Wilson, Jermaine Forrester, Gavin Henry, Sheldon Beverly, Delondre Walters, LaShawn Clayton, Janice Henry, Carisha Robinson, Keneal McFarlane, Stevian Murray, Errol Sewell, Zidane Salmon, Deston Smith, Renee McClocking, Lanish Chambers.
Okay, we're going to ask all the associate degree graduates to go back to your location so that the principal can confer your associate degrees. You need to move back and rise for the conferring of your associate degrees. The bachelor's degree students, please move to your left in preparation.
Madam Principal.
Over to you. Oh, here.
Ms. Legister, based on associate degree
Associates.
students, please stand.
Yes. Associate degree students, please stand for the conferring of your associate degree by the principal.
Ms. Legister, based on your recommendation as the registrar of the institute and based on the recommendation of the faculty, I am pronouncing the students of the associate of science degree as graduates. Congratulations, graduates.
Thank you very much. We're going to now move Madam Parkinson to the.
Yes, before Madam Parkinson come, we are going to ask Dr. Dean Williams or board chair to join the principal on stage for the conferring of the Bachelor's of Science degree. Please. Mrs. Parkinson, are you there?
Yes, I am, sir. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Madam Principal, based on the power vested in the pen, under the recommendation of the faculty, I now present to you these undergraduate students who pursue the Bachelor of Science degree in Hospitality Management with all rights and privileges appertaining. They are Antoinette Aird, Patria Marks,
Sorry. I should point out that the students wearing the gold cards are the one leaving with the honors degree.
Patria Marks,
Madam Registrar.
Tria Mark. Karon Moses. Horain Brown. Demani Callum. Jean Carlos Miguel Blum. Ronaldo Campbell. Gayan Provost. Kimisha Morgan. Camille Warren White. Denisha Matthews Reed. Blaine Daly. DeLion Carty. Jodian Dias Carty. Tenabro Campbell. Tanabro Campbell. Camille Campbell. Natasha Peart. I think she's virtual. Shelly Ann Kelly. She's also, the following persons will be virtual. Jamal.
Shelly Ann Kelly is online. Her representative will collect her degree.
Jamal Reeves Sneed.
Virtual.
Yes. Shane Gray. Keisha Kalahar.
Virtual.
Santina Pinnock.
Virtual as well.
Okay. The list is now complete.
We have some other students here that you may not have. That's what happened when you're in the virtual space.
Who are they?
Shanice Hutchinson.
Oh, no. Oh, my.
Darnell Griffiths.
And finally, Darnell Griffiths. Good, so we'll ask all the BSc students to come to the, thank you, Dr. Williams, Brian. All BSc students, please come to the podium so that your degrees can be conferred. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, because a bachelor's degree is a completion of the first degree at the undergraduate level, then you will, can this shorter persons come in front? Come up more to the, yeah.
Jody, you're kind of on the short side. Step forward, please.
We're going to ask you, please, to move your tassel to the right. Okay. over to the principal.
Thank you. Madam Registrar, Madam Registrar, upon your recommendation, based on the faculty, I will now ask the graduates to move their tassel from the left to the right, from the left, yes. Sorry, I'll move, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll now ask the graduates, of course, to move their tassel from the right to the left. Across their mortarboard, yes. And I will now pronounce you graduates of the Bachelor's of Science degree in Hospitality Management.
You may flip your cap. Yes, you can. Congratulations. Okay, thank you. Over to you, Mrs. Daly.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all our graduates, both at the associate degree and the Bachelor's of Science degree level. I believe we have, just before the vote of thanks, a message from the alumni chairman.
Okay, so we're going to ask all the graduates, please, to return to your seats and listen to the charge from the alumni chairman, coming to you live and direct from Washington, D.C. Mr. Tucker, are you there?
Hi, Dr. Cornwall. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can we get some more volume? We're going to ask the students to stand. And ladies and gentlemen, our alumni chairman, it is important because you see, one of the things is that, and Maya Angelou says it, Mrs. Daly, that there's some people who take and take and take and take you down, if you allow them to. There are some people who give and gives abundantly, and blessing comes abundantly. So the alumni chairman wants to speak to you directly as the alumni chairman and the importance of the alumni. But before he speaks, you all know that 80% of you sitting in front of us did not pay tuition to get here. Somebody sponsored you. And therefore, it is your responsibility to help somebody else up the ladder. Too often, people just take and take and take. It is now time for you to give. So I want to hand over to our chairman of the Alumni Association, Mr. Earl Tucker. Mr. Tucker, could you please speak? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for introducing me, Dr. Cornwall. I am very, very happy and honored to be a part of your graduation ceremony. So thank you so much for giving me the space to come and talk to you tonight on your special night. I'm really very excited for all of you because tonight will mark a huge occasion in your life. This is the passage. This is just the beginning. This is the beginning, the first day for the rest of your life. This is where success begins. But before I start, I just want to, acknowledge a few individuals. Dr. Cornwall, I must say thank you so very much for giving us, all the graduates, all the alumni, everyone here who you have touched with your life. Thank you so much for giving us the space and the opportunity for being the best version of ourselves. Thank you so much for giving us that opportunity. I would also like to thank Mrs. Marlene Daly. You did an excellent job, wonderful job, program chair and MC. Guest speaker, Davia Ramjeet, I see you. I can't see you now because the camera is not on you, but I saw you earlier. Principal of Knox Community College. Great charge, great speech, and I will repeat it again. The situation that I grew up in, that I grew up with, should not and will not live in me. That's a great, great thing. Take it with you, make it be a part of your life, digest it, metabolize it, and let it become a part of you. Special acknowledgement again to Reverend Miranda Sutherland, who led us in prayer earlier. Special acknowledgement again to Ms. Marshall Johnson, the principal of WHI. Ms. Hannah Guada, I am so sorry I am not there to be celebrating with you right now because I know you are a lot of fun. And so welcome to Jamaica. I know this is your first time and I'm hoping that you're enjoying yourself. Dr. Deanne Williams-Bryan, principal of Vivid Isle Hospitality Consulting, thank you. Online right now, Mr. Juraski Young, who was not acknowledged earlier. I just want to take the time to acknowledge you and thank you for all you've done for students. Shalimar Legister, you are amazing. Thank you for working with the Alumni Association with all that you do. I also want to say special thanks to the valedictorians, Delian Carty and Jodian Diaz Carty. These two individuals I know personally. And these individuals, if you don't know them, if you leave the ceremony without going over and introducing yourself to them, that will be a huge misstep on your part because these individuals are going places. They are the next generation of bright stars and you need to know who they are. I want to congratulate the student of the year, Antoinette Aird. And I'm a little bit selfish because, you know, I have this platform and I want to also acknowledge and congratulate my niece who is in the audience, Tiffany Aikman. I promise I will not say anything to embarrass you, but congratulations on a job well done. You have made it. Some other people there I want to acknowledge too, who did a great job. Karan Moses, Blaine, congratulations. And to all the students online and in person, a good evening to you all. Now, I am Earl Tucker, as you all know, as Dr. Cornwell introduced me, and I am the current chairman of the WHI Alumni Association. And this iteration of the board began in December of 2021. And it was a labor of love with lots of sweat equity, but we were able to come a far way in just 1 year of our infancy. So I can share a little bit of what we have achieved so far. You know, we have awarded several scholarships to current WHI students. And some of you in the audience are current recipients of those scholarships. We have conducted a much needed orientation program for students at Hocking College to get them acclimated to the life within the United States. We have also created a food pantry for students at Hocking with food insecurity. So there are many different ways in which the alumni is working to better the lives of students. We have conducted our very first Hocking College reunion, and that was this summer. That was attended by over 60 past students. And we all came together to raise funds for scholarships for current students at WHI. And you will be hearing a lot more about this, about these scholarship opportunities. We have a lot more things planned and a lot more things in store. Now, my invitation to you is to become a participating member of the WHI Alumni Association. Now, what does it mean to be a part of an alumni? An alumni really is just the group of students who have graduated from a university or a college or an institution. These students become part of a network. And I can sit here and tell you that the singular most powerful institution in the world are alumni associations. They're very powerful. They are well sought after. You have companies who pay millions of dollars to get access to alumni lists. You know, President Obama and Michelle Obama are alumni of prestigious schools, and they are on alumni lists. and people would love to get access to their alumni list because they want to get close to them. You know, so really try to be a part of an alumni association. It also opens up a lot of avenues for success. I'm sitting here in front of you. I am currently working with one of the top 3 pharmaceutical companies in the United States. And I am based out of Washington, D.C. And I'm very successful in my job. But what you're seeing in front of you is me in the middle of my journey. So I was where you were 22 years ago. That's where I started. I began my journey just like you all did. And how I got into pharmaceuticals after I left college, it was an alumna who reached out to me and said, hey, Earl, would you be interested in interviewing for this particular position? This was a contact I made during my college years. So every person who is sitting next to you is a part of your network. You need to know who they are. So I will invite you all to look to your left and to look to your right and shake the hand of the person who is next to you and say, congratulations. And I'd like you to do that right now. So I can't see you because I'm on camera, but I'm hoping that you've done it. These individuals will be part of your network. So please exchange telephone numbers, get to know each other. Now, how can you become a part of WHI Alumni Association? It's very easy. And do you know why? Because currently you have a board member among you. That's Jodian Carty. She is actually an active board member. So go to her and ask her how you can become a member. And she will give you and put you in connections with the right individuals to get you a part of the association. So with that, I know you're all hungry. You're all desperate to go and celebrate. I want you to give thanks to every single person who has made it possible for you to be where you are today. Because you know what? No man is an island. No man stands alone. You did not get here by yourself. So I want you to give thanks. It is very important that you give thanks and you acknowledge the individuals who are part of your journey to become successful. Acknowledge the individuals who are part of your journey to become who you are today. Now, what can you do as a member of an alumni? Well, there are 3 things. We call it the 3 T's. You can either participate by giving your time, your talent, or your treasure. So whichever one of these in which you can give. You heard from Mr. Omar Smith earlier, and he is a current serving member, vice chair for special projects with mentorship. That's his talent. That's what he can give back. You also heard from Dr. June Clark. She presented a scholarship. That's her treasure she's giving back. You know, plus she also volunteers with mentorship. That's her time. There are many ways in which you can give back to an alumni association. And so I invite you to become active members, speak to Jodianne, see how you can become members. And hopefully I will be talking to all of you soon. Thank you, and I'll say good night.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Daly, I just want Jodianne to stand and Dr. Clark. And I want to reinforce what the chairman just said. Please stand so they all know who you are. We want to see how many of you meet with them tonight before you leave here to be a part and to give back your talent, your time, or your treasure. Help one, help the other. That's your responsibility.
Pay forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Greatly appreciate. I guess we're going to get Jamal on screen. Jamal has never been to Jamaica. He's moving a vote of thanks. And I guess his classmate would love to see what he looks like as he's zooming in. Yes, you can just walk down. Our MCs want to see what Jamal looks like as our first full-fledged American student who has never seen the shores of Jamaica. Mr. Jamal Sneed, are you there?
Hi, Dr. Cornwall. Yes, I'm here. How are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
We
can.
need to see you on camera. Oh, he's on camera.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. Okay. All right. So, Madam Chairperson, Mrs. Marlene Stevenson Dolly, Dr. Deanne Williams, and husband Dr. Tony Bryant, Dr. Davia Ramgeet, Dr. Cornwall, Ms. Hannah Guada, Reverend Miranda Sutherland, priest, and Mr. Damian Collum, graduates, family, friends, and well-wishers. Today is indeed a remarkable milestone for me as an American citizen and a proud graduate of Western Hospitality Institute, graduating virtually, that is. I'm sorry I can't be there with my fellow classmates due to unforeseen circumstances. I hope to make it there, but I'm glad to make this trip to Jamaica virtually to celebrate together, and I look forward to visiting in person soon, if God willing. Thanks for having allowed me to use this medium to say thank you on behalf of the graduating class of 2022. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, we should all be most proud of our efforts to pursue studies in this difficult time. We did it, all worked hard to make the most of every experience. Thanks to Western Hospitality Institute for giving us the opportunity to earn the certificate based on our hard work and sleepless nights. To our lecturers who worked virtually and in person with us to achieve this milestone, thank you. And to the academic team that taught the theory classes, Ms. Barrow Campbell, Ms. Kamisha Morgan, Ms. Ronaldo Campbell, Ms. Camille Campbell, Dr. Cornwall, Ms. Pinnock, Mr. Brown, Mr. Scarlett, Ms. Reed, Ms. Aird, Mr. Vassell, Mr. Dolly, Mr. and Mrs. Jody and Delian Carty, Ms. Marks, Mr. Malcolm, and Mr. Graham, we thank you. To the persons at the Somerset Resort and Hotel Training School who provided us with practical experience, we wish to say a special thank you to Mr. Collum, Senior Operations Manager, Chef Ryan Brown, and Executive Chef, Mr. Karan Moses, and Ms. Tamia Calhoun. Thank you for working with us to get to the final stage. Graduates, please let's hear a big round of applause. For this evening proceedings, first, let me say congratulations to Dr. Deanne Williams, WHI Board Chairman. We are thrilled to have you on board, and after taking this position just 2 weeks ago. Dr. Williams, thank you for taking the trip from the US to Jamaica to be with everyone at this momentous occasion. Madam Guest Speaker, Dr. Davia Ramgeet, great inspiring speech. Your message is most timely, and I know that we all appreciate your wise perspective. The Masters of Ceremony, the veteran radio and television broadcaster, host of the longest running television program, School Challenge Quiz, and also Spelling Week Quiz Master, such an intellectually stimulating woman, the one and only Mrs. Marlene Stevenson Dolly, who so effortlessly led the program with class and style. Thank you so much, Madam Stevenson Dolly, for those you had as your teacher. They spoke highly about you. The Photographer Bunny, thank you for the years of photography and your unbreakable committed service to WHI. Thanks, Nicholas, for providing us with this service via Zoom and YouTube so that our family and friends can join us in this very proud moment. Fellow graduates, also, I am told that you have 360. So please go to please go to social media with your photos so we can all celebrate together. Ms. Hannah Guada, the first Black Vice President of Hocking College in the US. Congratulations, and thanks for taking your first trip to Jamaica and to share your perspective and advice with us graduating class of 2022. Please travel back safely, and please bring me some Jamaica via social media when you do return. Mr. Vassell, Thanks for your unbreakable service to WHI and for always giving back. Congratulations on being appointed the first Jamaican and Black man to the position of Director of Culinary, Tourism, and Events Program at Hocking College. Knowing that you are a graduate of WHI has inspired all of us here today. Ms. Marks and Ms. Scarlett, thanks for your strength and stewardship in leading the administration at WHI. Mr. Ollie Scott, a musician with such a melodious voice. Thanks, Mr. Scott, for your support of WHI from its inception and for providing us with an unmatched performance. To the students of Marcus Garvey, headed by the principal, Mrs. Jones, the team preparing for us today, all students, thank you very much. We, the graduating class, truly salute you and want to say thanks. Thanks, Mrs. Tate, for always leading the Marcus team with a great spirit. To our parents, family, and loved ones, thanks for the support. You were our tower of strength when we thought we could not have made it. To our alumni chairman and the proud past students of WHI, thanks for the service you continue to provide to WHI. If I have forgotten anyone, please forgive me as it was not intentional. Graduating class, let me say in closing, it is now becomes our time to give back. Let's join the Alumni Association and give back to the institution that brought us all here. Please go sign up to become a member and give back. Now, as we come to a close, go forth and be the best ambassador for our school, parents, and community. Thank you so much and best of luck to you all.
And thank you, Jamal Reeves Sneed, for thanking all of us. I think you did a great job. I don't think you left anybody out. You did? Oh, I thought so. Dr. Cornwell is saying you did a great job.
You did a great
Yes, very
job. Whoever
comprehensive.
guided you through that did a good job.
He even had Bonnie taking off his cap.
Yes, yes. And
the photographer.
I know, and knowing that he has never been to Jamaica, he
Yes.
covered the full gamut.
Yes, I think so.
Except he never said anything about me, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I've gotten enough of that. Did you hear Mr. Scott? He spoke about your melodious voice and congratulated you. And of course, the eloquence of Mrs. Daly. Oh, that's good. So I guess it's now time for dinner. But before we go, so we need to present, make a presentation to Mrs. Daly. So Mr. Carty, as a Dr. June Clark awardee, the valedictorian, I think it's only befitting that you grab the gift and make the presentation to our guest speaker, Mrs. Daly. And Nicholas and his team has a 360. I don't know what that is, but I think this is a new thing.
It's a photography, Mr. Dr. Cornwell.
It's a photography.
It's photography.
Oh, I
you
see.
You do a 360 all the way around.
So yes. Oh my God, can you imagine social media this evening? It's going to be crazy. So you can head there in your gown and do your 360. It's a cost that is charged. You can just check with the team right here. They will guide you accordingly. And I can just check to see the WhatsApp blazing up with all these 360 movements this evening. Did you want Mrs. Daly to come? Mrs. Daly? So once you have finished taking your photograph on your 360, then of course you can return the gown and dinner will be served or should be serving now, and you will be able to dance the night away with Meritone music with the young lion Craig Ross. It's too bad for those who are on social media or those who are zooming in who can't be with us. But I guess they will see it. Are we going to be zooming the party? I don't know. Over to you, Mr. Carty.
Good evening again, everyone. All right. Mrs. Stevenson Daly, on behalf of our class graduate of 2022, we would like to thank you. Thank you for being an inspiration to us all, because growing up, I remember I've always watched you on the television, and I've always wanted to see you in person. So now, I mean, it's such an honor. It's such an honor, to be honest. So I really want to thank you for being so much of an inspiration again. And I just want to thank you for being the great person that you are, and just continue to do what makes you happy. All right.
You know, Mrs. Daly, this is the best speeches I give from the heart, so that's good. Okay, we're going to have the procession. Okay, at this time, we're going to ask the bachelor's and associate degree to stand. So we have the procession. They will just wait for the music. We're having the recession. Elizabeth's surname? Yes, go, Mrs. Daly needs to do some housekeeping. Go ahead.
Before the recession, I believe we have the national anthem. And then, of course, students, you're being asked to return your graduation gown to the conference room. And graduates, you may collect your meal tickets from the hotel front desk for your guests. And meals, I think they're ready and waiting to serve us. And the graduation dance and ball, you can call it what you will, but it's your time to let your hair down, and it's going to go until about 1 a.m. with Mr. Craig Ross, the young lion from Meritone Music. So you notice the young lion is here. So it's for the younger people, right? But it doesn't mean the old fogies like myself can't shake a leg, right?
Yeah.
Right, Dr. Clark? All right, so, and maybe I should just quickly bless the food, since we're going to be eating. All right, but let us just assume an attitude of prayer. Father God, we give you thanks for a beautiful day. We thank you for this wonderful expression of love, expression of commitment, and just this wonderful outpouring on these young people this evening. Father God, we ask that you will be with them as they leave here, that you will guide them, that you will protect them. You'll keep us all safe and give us a heart of hope, a heart of joy in this season, in which your son, Christ, was born. Bless the food that we're about to receive. Make it good to our bodies, and make our bodies good for your service. These are the mercies we ask in Jesus' name.
Amen. And I should also point out to the graduates, to Mrs. Daly, that those of you who may not have seen your name appear with honors degree, because you have 1 or 2 courses still outstanding, then it should be reflected on your degree itself. So I just wanted to know that, because there's some persons with 1 or 2 courses outstanding. So
they may have an opportunity
to
improve their GPA.
There are persons who definitely have an opportunity, definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we'll...
National anthem, could we all stand for the playing of the national anthem before the graduate recess?
Are we playing or singing?
Singing, singing. Okay. Can we just please stand and respect the national anthem of the country? And if for any religious reasons you choose not to be a part, then of course we respect that. Thank you.
Eternal Father, bless our land, guard us with thy mighty hand, keep us free from evil come, be our
graduates will now remain standing as they prepare to recess, and then the audience will go thereafter. So audience, you may be seated and allow the graduate to recess. Starting with the Bachelor's of Science degree. As I said, we do it on the reverse. The Bachelor's of Science is a completion of a degree program. So they will lead the persons out, the associate degree persons out, and the associate then move beyond. You may. Okay, it's dinner time now, so you can just move to the buffet line and be served. And Mr. Scott will entertain you during that period of time. Thank you.
Long time, we no have no nice time. Do you think about that? Long time, we no have no